you.
Just in here, then, in here.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting this evening. First of all, thank you guys all for coming and being in attendance. We have some regular business to go through, and then we will kind of get to the portion that we invited you guys all here for. So we'll call this meeting to order. All right, so we're just going to run through our old business first. So 2AA, and these are basically just going to be some brief updates with some progress we've made since some of our previous committee meetings. So, Mr. August, if you want to.
Sure. 3 items from old business. One was looking at the one-to-one needs for Chromebooks K to 2. If K to 2 classrooms share a class set of devices, we can cut $240,000 from the 27-28 budget, which actually comes out of fund balance currently. So that's a rather large savings, given the amount of time that that those grade levels spend. It may require more coordination on the part of the teachers, but for $250,000 savings, seems like the right thing to do. So we'll be moving forward with that for next budget cycle. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. DeLong for the next one, if that's okay.
Yeah, yep. So at the end of last year, I collected from the intermediate school and the middle school, and we already had from the high school a spreadsheet, what am I trying to say, like a log of all of the district-owned instruments, and then what they needed, the kind of what condition they were in. And so at the middle school, there are 22 instruments that are retired, which means that they're no longer in working order. And then there was only one that was really still in need of repair. And I think that the middle school repair budget covered that one repair. And then at the intermediate school, there were 17 instruments that were in need of repair and 14 that needed to be retired. So the next step, I think, would be to get together with the teachers and the department chairperson to start making a plan for a budget that would replace the instruments. I did hear from the high school. Mrs. Fritz had a meeting with her team there, and she said that they talked about their building budget and what they might need for instruments. They confirmed that the tuba needed to be repaired, and then it was noted that all the instruments for marching band are currently in working condition and no student is lacking an instrument, which is good. But then there are, if they're going to continue to work on their inventory, and then they do have a budget about $5,000 remaining for repair costs. So that is ongoing, I would say, for the high school. So I think we got a good start, but I mean, we still have a long way to go to make sure that we're looking at the entire inventory across the district and making sure that we have what we need. So far, I haven't gotten any requests for instruments that need to be purchased, so no one has said, hey, I need another flute or whatever for students. So still working towards that.
Okay.
And then are the chairs on here? I feel like the chairs are on here too. Are the chairs? They're not really on here, but I'm going to add that in.
Yeah, the chairs were supposed to be. Yeah, it's mentioned on there.
Sent the invoice.
Yes, I have chair information. I just didn't know if it was actually. Oh, it's right there. Okay, sorry, number 2, chairs. So we do have the invoice for the chairs, and to get 200 of them, the cost is $15,400 for the chairs. And then I actually just met with and talked to the department chairperson. We also had 14 chair carts on the list, which I believe in talking to the department, I think we could cut that down to just 2 carts. They, because for storing them, you know, I think it would be enough just to have the two, and if we need to move them a little bit. So that, because the carts themselves are like over $6,000. So if we can reduce the cost of the carts, I think that will be helpful. And then, like, I know we can't get around this, but freight is so expensive too. I don't know if there's any options. If we get fewer carts, maybe it'll be less, but the freight is $4,500. Just
We can send Fred to go pick them up.
there you go.
It's not gonna get any cheaper.
So at any rate, the full quote was $26,000. So if we can pull the carts off, that'll take it down to 20, and then maybe some of the freight will go down a little bit too. I met with Caleb, and he said that we can potentially pool this money from the construction budget, but we just need to wait until the construction budget is like finalized and all of the outstanding invoices are still paid for and everything, and then we can move forward with the purchase of the chairs as well.
Are you referring to the residual from the high school project? What's left over? To
Correct.
use that? Okay.
Excuse me, what's the chairs for?
For the current high school band room.
Okay.
So they have chairs in there, but they're not like the very nice posture chairs that we bought for the other music rooms.
I've seen them, so I just wondered if that was it for it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think that's it for the music. I covered my 3 things there.
Okay, thanks. So moving on to high school reading proficiencies. So in the last year for this committee, it was brought forward, concerns about middle school students, particularly 8th graders, who may have, lingering literacy concerns. The middle school began to do interventions with a larger group, and then identified a group of students who they felt through testing and diagnostics might benefit from support at the high school. So it's really kind of twofold. One is, literacy skills, which are typically not retaught at the high school level. And then there's standard, keystone remediation, which is much more comfortable at the high school level. So that list of students, what you see in the doc is what would be needed if the high school is going to engage in like literacy remediation similar to what goes on at the elementary levels, which they're currently not staffed for. So the big questions are, who, what, and when do these things take place? And at the high school, that gets a little bit trickier, but there are some avenues there. In talking with the literacy side, my research indicates, what would be the best option if we're going to look to remediate, like, phonemic awareness and decoding skills at the high school. The best option would be to hire a reading specialist who would, engage in those kind of activities. An interventionist similar to what we have at the middle school, for ELA would be the next best. Special education teachers have some ability to do that, but it's important to understand that literacy is a very focused area that requires some expertise in just those science of reading skills and the ability to do that. Our current ELA teachers can do that. I put an asterisk next to that because I would think they would be the least comfortable doing that, phonemic awareness, phonics, and vocabulary interventions. So resources that would be needed, and I pulled some examples of programs that would support students that are appropriate or at least have, are extended to the high school level. These are the 3 that have came up in no particular order. I'm familiar the most with Read 180, and know that it's pretty successful as a research-based intervention. So we don't currently have these at the high school level. They would need to be purchased. And then the when is kind of the trickiest because it's a balance at the high school. You're now getting into credit attainment, towards graduation, and the best time to do this would be during flex. So the students who may struggle with literacy may also struggle in their academic classes, and flex would be the time that they would get the most help in order to keep them afloat and moving towards passing the course. So it's a trade-off. I've lived at a high school and attempt to have a separate class for those students, and not had good results with that. A year-long course eats up a credit for those kids, and it's not highly engaging for them. What I've found is, the time block would be roughly around 45 minutes if we could get it. 4 to 5 times a week, would be ideal. But again, you're balancing, the students' academic needs with their literacy needs, and being pulled in two directions, would take some time. And I think, the key there is, targeted, intense intervention or tutoring, to help support them. Mrs. Fritz and I had talked, and I believe, she's able to get this rolling with that group of students to some degree. Again, this would be something that is not typically so remediation of keystones is certainly something that is done at the high school. I don't, Ms. Fritz, I don't want to put you on the spot. Did you want to talk a little bit, or?
I think it's not that this whole part is not that we don't want to do something, but it's not something that, I've reached out to a couple other high school principals. I haven't heard back from them yet, just about how to put this type of infrastructure in the high school is not very common. So I do agree with what Mr. August said. I think we do need a resource if we're going to implement this. So I think we have staff that, would definitely help support this process. We definitely have keystone remediation. We definitely have all of that happening within the classroom. Station rotation, different activities to target different types of learners. Linkit will be a huge help, because Linkit will be able to pull the data and be able to help us group students and find them in that capacity. Just some of my other concerns are, though. Oh, do you need me to talk into the mic? I didn't know I recorded or something. I thought that, okay, sorry. I thought we were just chatting. Is just we can use Flex. My big thing with Flex is if you're going to pull a student 4 to 5 times a week, those students aren't getting that remediation in their classes that they're taking, and they're missing clubs. Not that, the academics are obviously number one, but a sense of belonging is important for engagement of students. So I think we can do it, but I do think what Mr. August has up there is very, very real, and what we really need to make it happen.
So, I think, is it safe to say you're going to give it the best possible try?
If I can get some resources.
Right, okay.
Because, I don't have any open blocks of EL. Every teacher has a class, is a full schedule. So if I were to ask a teacher to do this, it would be in addition to their full schedule. So it will take some time to identify the infrastructure and the personnel to do it. This isn't something that's going to be a quick turnaround. We do have the numbers and how many students we are looking at based on what the middle school had sent us, which is about 21 students. So we'll just need to find a resource that we can utilize, which I'm sure costs money, and then find the personnel. And again, reading specialist would be ideal, even if it was for 45 minutes a day that I could get a reading specialist to come to the high school to help.
How long of a process do you think this would be?
We've never done it.
Right. It's not, of course, we're not.
We need to sit. We first have to identify who it is and what we're doing, and then we have based on the students, we might have groups that happen Monday, Wednesday, Friday, some that do Tuesday, Thursday. It's going to take identifying the resource, who's comfortable with the resource, then being trained on the resource, and then actually implementing it. So I don't want to give you a timeline because I truly don't know. So, but I did reach out to other high school principals to see if they have any infrastructure in place, and hopefully they'll have some guidance as well.
I guess my question, I'm not asking how long it would take to actually execute it, more how long would the remediation of a student take to kind of catch them up to?
Probably 4 to 5 week cycles with reevaluation every 4 to 5 weeks.
I have a question. We talking about 11th and 12th graders?
So the middle school at this point, we're targeting the 8th graders that just came to 9th grade.
We have 11th and 12th graders that have trouble reading.
I would say at this point, like, we have remediated them throughout their course of being at the high school. So
Are they capable of reading?
yes, yes, I would say so. In order to graduate, you have to pass certain core requirements. So they have passed their core classes if they've made it to their 11th and 12th grade year. Am I answering the question?
Yeah, you are. And Fred, I think you have to understand there's 5, within the science of reading, there's 5 levels. Most of the kids at the high school, if they're still struggling, are struggling with fluency and comprehension. So that means just being able to read, faster or easier. And then after reading something, understanding or like retaining what they read. So it's not typical for maybe a non-special ed student to struggle with phonemic awareness or phonics. That's pretty rare, and that's been remediated through elementary school. It is the fluency and like the comfort and how fast they can read a passage, and then being able to like understand what they've read. So it's not really the reading the part, it's the comprehension part that they may struggle with, which is easier to that comprehension piece is easier or more more likely to be able to be addressed within the class or at the high school.
And Fred, we like progress monitor students. So like if they're in 10th grade English, which is when they take their Keystone, they are taking something called the Firefly, which will progress monitor their growth and whether or not they're going to get advanced, proficient, or basic, like on their Keystone scores. So they're taking that multiple times throughout their 10th grade year. In their 9th grade year, they'll take the CDT, which is a diagnostic assessment, which gives the teacher different standards that they have to hit to support the students to get them to a proficient or advanced score. So we have that tool. That's something that's very high school set, like we are pretty good at using. Our teachers know how to use it, students know how to take it, and that's giving us real life feedback that we can utilize in the classroom. So we are progress monitoring these kids when they're in their English classes the whole time. We're seeing good growth numbers. So that's really positive.
And I would say once we have a director of curriculum instruction, that can be a person to help support the high school on this. So, any other questions on that? All right, I'm going to flip it back over to Ms. DeLong for swim instructor. Are you good with that, Mrs. DeLong?
Yeah, yep, that's fine. So the highlight is that the school program is essentially the same this year as it was last year. We did tweak the schedule a little bit though, so that like it's not alternating between like Jamesburg going one day, Nancy Grayson going the next day. So it's at like blocks of time that the elementary schools are going at the same time. So that try to streamline the process a little bit. And then I met in the spring with Jonathan Hoffman. I don't know if he's here tonight, but he runs the aquatic program here in Shippensburg, and I talked to him a little bit about the Learn to Swim program that he offers, and about potential looking to see if we could partner together to potentially expand the program. He did share that his Learn to Swim program gets booked solid like every single time that they offer it. They do offer some scholarships as well for families who maybe can't afford the cost of the Learn to Swim program. Their program is 6 weeks. And so he and I talked a little bit about some possibilities of maybe extending that into the more sessions. It's hard to find time when the pool is available in the evenings because of practices, especially during the swim season. So yeah, we batted around some ideas. We didn't land on a specific response yet, but we had a really good conversation to get it kicked off.
We've been, me. This has been a sore spot with me. We've been conversation about this for a while. So no one gets swimming classes after 5th grade. Is that right?
Other than just in PE class in the high school, then.
So if they don't pay for the aquatic club, they don't have access to any training.
Not through the district, no.
But they're paying. So the parents still paying taxes for a pool they can't use.
They can use it on when it's open, like open swim nights and stuff like that, but
We have those?
we do, yeah. Not district sponsored, but the swim club sponsors
So-
open swim nights.
Someone has to pay.
They do pay, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much it costs, but $2, $1. Yeah. Thank you.
I would imagine it's just enough to cover the lifeguard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make a profit.
Is there next steps as far as speaking with Jonathan about it?
So yeah, I mean, I think the next step would be to find out, more information about what we can possibly do. I think I need to work with find out the schedule of like when the pool would be available, and then find out availability. So we would need the instructors and the lifeguards. So a lot of his instructors, I think, are his swimmers. And so, scheduling the students who are willing to come in and work and do that is another thing to look into.
I just
Go ahead, Fred.
I just know we used to have swimming in the Shippensburg School District for years. People came through it and learned how to swim. We had bad economics time. We had to get rid of it. I understand that. I'm not holding anybody responsible. But I find it odd we was able to do it then, but we're not able to do it now. That's my concern.
Well, I mean, I would say, the solution, Fred, was, during budget time, we talked about, do we want to add another swim instructor at that time? That wasn't something, budgetarily, that the board put forth to put in that budget. We'll have another opportunity to do that starting in April. You can have those discussions. We need another instructor in order to meet all the planning time requirements in PE in the different buildings. So it's just got to be a board priority, and it's got to get 5 votes, and it's got to fit within the budget. So
I would say too, Mr. Scott, that it's also just the number of classes to get them there has grown a lot over the last several years. The number of, like, when we did the spreadsheet to like get everybody in for 3 days, there are no blanks in the schedule. Like, we got as many students as we could possibly fit during the school day in that pool the entire year. Like, it's wall to wall. Like, it's not like there's any periods where a class could go and they're not going. It's totally full.
And Ms. Fritz, you would say that between elementary swimming and the high school work needs of the pool, we have one pool. It's pretty much always in use, would you say? So outside of.
We also run like a swimming class too. So like we're gonna consume, I think it's 2 marking periods this year. We consume a whole block on top of the high school allotted swimming, which we schedule around when elementary's not swimming. So yeah, I would say it's used
Really.
every day.
Do other districts have the same issue?
I mean, some other districts don't have pools.
Most do.
I don't know what their district programs are. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, I was a high school principal. When we had it, we had to share the pool. It
I understand Sharon.
You'd love to get everybody 20 days of swimming. It's just not going to happen. So I think the best we could do in a smaller district was 5 days. But it's a challenge because the pool is definitely in demand during the day and then afterwards as well.
I just know I go to different schools and I see them having swimming and going on and everything here. And it's not the kids, it's the older kids are getting the chance to swim, open gym or swimming pool and everything.
We did reach out to the other districts in the area who have pools and collected the information about what they do. I don't remember off the top of my head what everyone responded, but I know we have a spreadsheet somewhere that I can pull that back out if you want to know what's happening in other districts.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question is more of a safety questions, should I say. Do we have an idea of how many students we have in the high school already that do not know how to swim? Like, is that a number anywhere that we would have?
How would you dignify if they knew how to swim?
So, I mean, I think I can speak, like, we don't track that information. We don't ask that. I mean,
Right.
We just have, they swim in their 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade here
at the high school.
at the high school.
Right.
They swim every
I mean, you could do a survey to kind of see if people can swim. I mean, it gives, if if kids respond, that would kind of.
The only reason I'm asking is because I know, through their gym classes that they have to participate in things like kayaking and doing the things. And I know for some kids, it's very humiliating that they're not able to swim with their peers. And it kind of puts them in an embarrassing situation from time to time. And, so what does that look like when you have a student that does not know how to swim, does not feel comfortable, doing it because of embarrassment? Do we still force them to do it? I will give that. I just know that it works very swimming. So I can get back to you on that. But I know I've never heard from a parent in my 5 years of being at the high school that a kid was ever forced or uncomfortable in the pool. My daughter's an example of it. Oh, well, I've never heard from a parent or a kid. There's multiple. I mean, she's not by herself, obviously. Students that choose like an alternative assignment, but typically that's like a medical reason. Right. Yeah.
That's an option to choose an alternative assignment?
They have a medical,
Yeah, okay.
there's for some reason that they would not.
Okay.
Do you have an idea of how many rescues happen at the high school pool? I'm going to be honest, like I get an email every time there is a rescue, and it's typically elementary. The elementary principal's copied in it. So I can't tell you the last time that there was. I mean, there might have been one high school rescue last year. Okay. Can you get the data to us, please?
All right. Any other questions on those old business?
I'd have a question, but I don't
Your
believe
mic's not
this is
working.
on. Is yours working?
Mine is.
I think so.
Your green light's
I
on.
like you.
Switch on.
Is your light on?
He's causing trouble. It's not working.
That might be good. Yours working? Any of these working? Can you hear me?
They're not on now, I don't think.
We have a battery cut here.
No, they're all off.
Switch this for the main one.
I have a really loud voice, so I'll just go ahead and talk.
So do I.
Just a point of clarification, but a position being added mid-year can be done. It's not a matter of being tied to the budget cycle, ideally, but if there's a need, there's a recommendation to do so, that can be done. Is that correct?
I mean, the board can add any position. I mean, I think we have done it in the past. I would suggest that we would need time to redo schedules. And it's not like there's more time in the day. And I don't know what would be possible given the schedules and the already kind of packed demand on we would have to revamp and maybe steal time from the high school in order to get more sessions in, I would imagine. Something's going to have to give in the schedule, right? So like either the high school has to alter their offerings, which is tough to do mid-year.
We just redid, just to remind you.
In order to get more sessions, because as Mrs. DeLong has said, we've maximized the amount of exposure that kids can get, those grades can get at the pool and still have it available for the high school. So my recommendation would be, have it go through a budget cycle, and then, if that's the will of the board, then, we look at changing high school requirements so we have time in the pool to get kids there.
Oh, you said we might need another swimming instructor or something. Is that without another gym physical ed teacher or something like that?
So, I mean, ideally, that PE teacher would work at the high school, and then, become part of that staff. That would, I think, allow for some more flexibility, Fred. We talked about it when we were thinking about where it would go. There's already a need at the high school for more PE. So it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just who's accessing the pool when is a question that needs to be answered, and doing that mid-year would be very challenging.
But if we're not talking about the pool, just the phys ed classes, do we need another instructor?
So every year we go through a process to determine what the priorities are, Fred, and Mrs. Fritz has communicated, that's a need, but
It's not a want, it's a need.
Yes, it's a need. Not necessarily swim, just
No, I'm
physical
talking.
education.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Take the swimming out of it, just the need for physical education. And to me, that's part of education for students coming through a school district, any school district. What would we have to do to look at that?
so we'll go through the same process. We'll meet with the individual principals, get their demand, not demand list, their want list. Sometimes they're demands, and prioritize them and share them with the board.
Okay.
But remember, we have added almost we've added significant number of teachers to the budget every year. And so, that budget will become a true value document, as we, look at deficits, potential deficits, and I think it's not inappropriate to say, as we do construction projects and vote on those, our debt service limit goes up and our cushion goes away. There's a two-track thing. It's facilities and the cost of building versus how many teachers we can hire in any given year. We've done a pretty good job over the last 4 years of adding staff and construction, in a thoughtful and intentional way, by really focusing on what the priority needs are. Again, I'm not trying to ruffle feathers, but swimming is not required by the state. There are other requirements that are needed and just as crucially need to be added. So, I think that budget cycle, for this year, my intention was to try not to add any staff this year, this upcoming budget cycle, because I'm very concerned that we're already projected deficit, which is can be problematic. You never know how your year is going to end. We've been lucky the last 4 years that we have not suffered. We built a roof at James Byrd, so structurally our budget was met, was a surplus minus the roof at Byrd coming out of fund balance. But as we construct, that's the thing the board has to know is we can build, but we have to put teachers in there as well. And we've done both pretty well up to this point, but we're hitting a tipping point of our debt service limit. And part of the reason we've been able to have surplus is we've had record state contributions and growth, which I was confident that the state was going to step up over the past 3 years because of the lawsuit. I don't know that will continue, and I think it would be unwise to count on continued record investments at the state level in education. I think we'll be lucky to keep what we have and maybe a slight bump. But every one of these positions, we scrutinized before. With this budget cycle, we really have to scrutinize because when we look at class sizes, you always have to make tough choices, right? And that will be something that during that budget cycle we'll have to take a hard look at. It can be done, but the board has to be committed, to the financial ramifications of adding staff. So
I understand. I totally understand what you're saying, but I also understand. I've been on this board for almost 6 years. All I've heard was we're in the deficit. We're in the deficit. We hire administrators. We hire everything else. But we're not in a deficit. We have a $16, $17 million budget or balance?
Unbalanced?
Unbalanced? What's the fund balance?
16.
And we're getting ready to pour more money in it?
No, not this year.
So we'll know.
Last year we were deficit 440,000, I think it was.
Or it came out of fund balance.
Amount of fund balance.
And we still
Remember,
got
we had fund balance expense items, like you said, the James Byrd roof, a couple other miscellaneous items that we expense through fund balance throughout the year. We don't know yet how 25-26 is wrapped up because the audit needs to happen. So we'll know more in September, October time.
Okay, this is not the place to discuss that, but okay, thank you.
Just a quick question to clarify for myself. I hear you talk about the pool, that the slots are full with how we've put everybody in. Well, then does it benefit at all to have another teacher if the slots are full, or does having another swimming teacher create more slots?
So, I mean, I think we could revamp, like maybe you could split the pool in half or something like that, right? If you have 2 instructors, you could run 2 sessions concurrently or something like that. So, I mean, possible. We would just have to rework how it is currently
I
working.
mean, the logistics need to be figured out to make that worthwhile, Mr. Carey. You know, but there are limits even within that, you know,
That's what I was.
right, you know, because there's one pool and it's used by, you know, two different levels. And we haven't even talked about middle school use of the pool. You know, that's
It also depends on how old, because elementary, right, like they start after us. So there's only so much time in the day that they have to come to the building that doesn't interfere with lunch and doesn't interfere with their cores. So elementary's already limited just based on the time. And then like high school and middle school are on the same time, so that would be a little bit easier, but you're still gonna have a schedule.
Okay.
and I don't want to underestimate how, you know, for lack of a better word, disruptive packing up kids to go to the high school is, you know, to the academic program. You know, so we're taking, you know, kids 3 days out of core instruction, and, you know, kind of shaking up their day, which may not be as productive as a regular day. So that's another consideration, you know, as we look at, you know, how to serve kids and get them, you know, where they need to be academically. So.
One more question for you, Mrs. Fritz, before we move on. Do you know what the average class size is for your PE classes? Or can you find out and let us know?
I could find it, like I could get it to you tomorrow.
So, yeah, just so we have an idea.
I would say between 25 and 28 is a typical class size.
So we're still in a normal range, or is that higher than what it typically
Some will have
is?
higher numbers and some will have lower numbers based upon the size of the class.
Okay. All right, we're,
The size of the graduation class.
gotcha.
Like if 12th grade is heavier, there's going to be higher numbers in the 12th grade classes.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to new business. So we invited some of our PTO and booster organizations here this evening just to kind of open up a dialogue with you guys. So first of all, thank you guys for coming and spending a little bit of time at a fun board meeting. Aren't you excited to be here? We're all excited that you're here. So if I'm going to have you guys each come up to the mic and just introduce yourself, and if you can tell us what organization or booster you are with. So we'll just start over here. We'll just work that way.
I'm Rhonda Bettany, and I'm with Football Boosters. I'm Haley Johnson. I'm Haley Johnson. I'm with Football Boosters.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Krista Carroll. I'm here with the middle school PTO. I have an 8th grader in the district.
Okay.
I'm Melissa Bear. I'm with the Grace B. Lures PTO.
And I'm Samantha Vogelsanger, also with the G Blues PTO.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Becky Greenland. I'm with the Music Boosters.
And Aaron Malin with the Music Boosters.
I'm Rochelle Jennings, and I'm with the Cheer Boosters.
Hi, I'm Amber McCollum with Nancy Grayson PTO.
And Judd Lehman with Nancy Grayson PTO.
I think everybody knows Judd. If you don't, you should. So we really brought you guys here to kind of have a discussion, a pretty open discussion. So at any point you guys want to come up to the mic and just kind of weigh in, you're more than welcome to do that. So we want to talk about 4 key areas. One is support from the district and what that looks like currently and how we can make it better. Any barriers or red tape that you guys face as organizations or boosters, purchases that you think the district should consider being a district responsibility versus a PTO or a booster organization responsibility, and then how we can help to streamline processes, whether that process is something with communication or it's something that is required of you, how the district can kind of be a better friend. So we'll start with support from the district. Does anybody have any feedback on how we can make support for our organizations better? Everybody's going to be shy. Judd, I know you're not shy. So how about Judd comes up first, and that'll make everybody else talk. Or if you guys have any kind of pre-prepared comments, that would be awesome too. 'Cause I know some of you do.
In general, I would say there's been a lot of positive changes. FMX was a big hurdle. I've been doing the PTO now for 10 years, so I'm a little more used to it, but new folks coming in just have nowhere to start with that. So the kind of change last year that happened with that, I think, is good. Overall, I would love if there was a little more communication across all of our groups, just because scheduling fundraisers at the beginning of the year, we all have to do it. I don't know the right way to go about that, but when we're all competing and at the elementary level, we have siblings in the higher grades, I worry that it stretches our families a little thin. I don't know what the solution for that is. I don't know if there is a solution, because we all have to get in at a certain time frame to get our funds in. So I would say that's the biggest hurdle I see.
You as a PTO, what do you provide the school you represent? What do you do?
So our main focus for Nancy Grayson is funding the field trips, and I say that's our main focus. We do a lot more.
What do you do? Tell me what you want.
Sure. So our biggest thing is the field trips, and we do our fun run at the beginning of the year to cover that. That cost itself, right now we have set at $18,000. That's going to cover 2 field trips for each grade, transportation, admission, all of that. We have no problem hitting that goal. Usually we double our goal with that and are able to do many other things on top of that. We put on our Breakfast with a Buddy program, which brings in family members. Kids can bring any guests they want before school starts. We do that in the month of April. We have to do it now the entire month on Thursday and Fridays because we've gotten really good turnout. I think based on enrollment the last couple of years, we get about 75% turnout of our students coming in, bringing family members over the month, which I think is a great number for a before school program. We put on our book fair. With our book fairs, Nancy Grayson's actually recognized with Scholastic as a top performing book fair. So with that, every kid gets to visit. Whether they're buying or not, they still get to do the book fair, and we've been able to purchase a book for every student. So everyone comes, everyone visits, everyone leaves with a book. With that, we've been able to buy a book vending machine that we introduced into the school last year. That ties in with a PBIS engagement. The kids earn their positive polls, and then they can get free books. This year, we're going to see our 1,000th book donated to the library over the last 4 years, just through our book fair and the funds we've raised through that. Other things we do, assemblies, we cover all the assemblies, book most of the assemblies, field day ribbons, 3rd grade recorders, kindergarten plates. Amber, I'm sure I'm missing something here, but
Can we just say a lot?
A lot.
A lot.
But again, our main priority is the field trip, but as long as our fun run hits the goal each year, we're able to do more. This year, this is going to be our 10th year for the fun run, and this year we should cross over raising $200,000 over the last 10 years with the fun run. So pretty proud of that number as well. So.
Okay. I just know the PTOs and BTOs on trips, and I was just wondering what else you did. Thank you.
I would say a lot. We're very hands-on. So.
That'd be great.
Vendings, breakfast
Breakfast with the Buddy.
We remodeled the teachers' lounge last year as well.
What'd you say?
We remodeled the teachers' lounge.
Why did you remodel it?
We thought our teachers deserved it. It was, I think you'll have before and after photos in there. It wasn't really a warm, welcoming environment, and we try to take care of our teachers as well as our students. So,
Did anybody bring it to the board? Do you know of?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Things. Why wouldn't it? I'm not accusing you or nothing else. I just thought that's something we as a board should know. That situation, and someone should tell the superintendent so he should know what's the needs are. It just sounds like a problem. The principal agreed?
Yeah. I mean, we were all involved with it. We had some teachers that participated in it, and
How much that cost you?
it was around $1,500.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
So since you're up here, Judd, I'm just going to kind of run down that little kind of list if you want to just kind of speak to the points for your organization. So are there any barriers or red tape that you guys face or things that could be made easier?
One thing that, and again, I don't know the answer, but what I challenge back, at our level, the volunteer forms, we have the position volunteer and the guest volunteer. I personally, I know it's easier to get the guest volunteer. I would feel better that everyone that applies for volunteer goes through the background checks under the position, just because, yes, in theory, the guest volunteer is going to be with a teacher or whomever, but just in that event that, they're walking through the hall or something like that, I would feel better overall having everyone under one background check with that. And also just explaining that to new volunteers is very confusing a lot of times.
I would agree with that.
I thought that was a law.
So, I mean, there's policy, and if you're going to be around or supervising kids, you need to have a background check. I mean, so you can kind of be under someone else's background check, and it's typically what happens with PTO members. There is a cost to those things that we often see some that prohibit some of our families from being able to volunteer and be chaperones or go on field trips. So it's a balance between getting volunteers and putting a burden on them. So I believe our policies are aligned with what's required from.
Sure.
I even checked on it just recently with our school solicitor, and we're still in good shape with the guest volunteer, but you're right, it can be confusing.
Yeah.
So I would say, I would encourage all parents, if you think you're going to come and volunteer in your kid's school, to go ahead and fill out the volunteer paperwork. If you're just going to come to Breakfast with a Buddy or something like that,
Sure.
you don't have to, you can be a guest volunteer there. Or if you're like a special presenter or something like that, then that's the appropriate opportunity for a guest volunteer.
It definitely gets confusing. So purchases that you think the district should consider.
Okay, I'm going to throw this out, and you might not like, but the third grade recorders, it's not a big cost for us, but if it's part of the curriculum, I don't love dishing that out just for the third grade level. I like our funds to cover everybody, but.
I am excited to say that we are paying for that this year through the curriculum
I
budget.
did see an email come through recently, so I thought that was the case, but that
We're
would
winning already, you guys.
be the main thing.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's awesome. Anything else?
No, I just, one thing, personally, again, I've been doing this now for 10 years with the PTO, and I think based on previous experiences, Nancy Grayson sometimes looked at as not being able to fund things, and I just want to squash that mindset totally. We overperform, really, for the last decade at this point, so.
I would agree with that. Anything that you think should be streamlined?
Not anything right offhand at this point. I think a lot of the processes have become much, much easier. There were times I felt at odds a little bit, again, with previous people will say that it just seemed more that we were a burden to instead of an asset to.
Right.
So.
You guys do amazing things for our kids, so we appreciate you very much. Thanks, Jed.
Thank you.
Football boosters, I'm just going to welcome you guys up. And we'll just do the same thing. We'll just go kind of down that list. So
Okay, so I guess I'll kind of speak to what we provide for our athletes. We do all of the away game meals for that freshman team, the JV team, and the varsity team. So that covers every single away game, which is very costly. We also do pregame meals for all of our varsity level on Friday night before they leave the school. We feed them so that they're not starving on the field. We sell spirit wear, we do team camp, we do a youth camp for all of the youth in the area or out of the area, whoever wants to come and hang out with us. We do an end of season banquet for both varsity and JV, and then we provide something also for the middle school team. We do special gear for our athletes. This year we were able to provide special short sleeve hoodies for every single athlete and every single coach. What was your second question?
barriers and red tape that you guys face. Any hurdles?
I don't think we have any hurdles, but I'm going to kind of piggyback to question 4 real quick about streamlining. I think we have no problems with the fundraising forms or the facility rental agreements. I think that it would be beneficial if we were able to do it online rather than fill out a paper, email it in. I think if there was some sort of streamlined process that everybody could go in and just fill it out online, it would work a lot better. Now, I can't do that, so I'm hoping you all would be willing to help us do that. Let's see. And then the only thing I would like to see the district provide, or we're raising money currently for it, is a fridge for our concession stand at the new field, because I don't know when we're getting concessions. We would like to put a fridge, same reaction I have, to be able to have the cold stuff ready for sales. And it wouldn't just be football using it. It would be everyone using it. So I think that's the only thing I would like to see.
Suppose you're going to want electric with that?
Well, and that's a question to go with it. There's already electric in the shed. I don't know if it can handle a refrigerator, so, or like a microwave or anything like that for concessions. So that would be a question that hopefully somebody can provide to us.
Your fundraisers.
Yes.
All right. Who does most of the money? Parents?
Parents and athletes, we all participate. It depends on what the fundraiser is.
All right, so this has always been a pet peeve for myself. So the parents pay taxes.
Correct.
Parents support the fundraisers, and anything else comes along. They pay taxes.
Correct.
When does it come a point that parents can't? We're economically disadvantaged area.
They're not required to participate in the fundraisers.
Okay.
There's no extra fee for opting out. They're not required. We encourage them, but they're not required.
Okay.
So, and no one gets penalized if they don't participate.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. But even at the other one, parents, if I can afford it, I still have to keep paying out for my child.
They don't have to. If they participate in one, they don't have to participate in the next one. They don't have to, even if you can afford it, you don't have to participate in anything.
Okay.
It doesn't make a difference. We just try to make up the difference where we can.
But this is no guarantee, because the next person may not be enthusiastic as you are.
Right.
So what I see today, I may not see tomorrow.
That's correct. Well, I plan to stick around, so.
Which I commend you. I commend any parent or person that I commend. I understand. I just like Superintendent about the budget. Every year changes. I'd like to see some consistency, because next one may not have the time and energy to put all that into it.
I agree. We do have the problem where we don't have enough volunteer help. I mean, there's 4 of us Booster Club members in positions, and we do it all a lot of times. We are getting more and more volunteers, parents. So we're building. It's a slow process, but we're already better off than we were last year.
Who owns your trailers?
We do. We do. And actually, I've been able to work that out, so we're good there. Don't have to worry about where they are or who's responsible. So, anything else? Does the board have anything else?
A question about the refrigerator. That kind of piqued my interest.
Sure.
So you need the refrigerator to sell items at the football games
Correct.
could maybe be used for other sports. That's
Correct. Yeah,
on the
field hockey,
field.
soccer,
So
whoever else uses the field.
if there's a request from a booster club that comes to the district to say, hey, we want to be able to provide for the public because the district's not, then isn't this something that could be considered and covered by the district versus having the boosters cover something that is a public service as far as having concessions available to our visitors? What I'm getting at is, can the district buy a refrigerator for the concessions of the stadium or the?
No, that's a question that we.
I'm just asking, is it
I figured, wow.
possible? And I think, does it make sense that the district do that rather than Booster Club being asked to do that for the stadium that's on district property? I mean, I get for a fair stand, it's off property, it's for a different location, but on our grounds. Is that something that the district could cover?
There's currently a budget for that. I think it's the budget line item. I mean, so it would have to be, I'm guessing, out of fund balance.
How do we go about requesting that?
I think the lady behind you said that. She's back there.
Send it to you? Okay.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, if it could be a part of that budget.
Okay. All right, so I'll get that to you then.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. As a reminder, I'm here for middle school PTO, which is special. And I don't know the history of the middle school PTO. It's fairly new, right? In the last 5 years, maybe? Okay, because I have, like I said, I have an 8th grader. So I joined when he was 6th grader, and I sat back, and I was real quiet. I'm still kind of quiet on the board, so I'm actually not even on the board. So this is going to be basic. But some of the things that we do, since you were asking Nancy Grayson, is really the goal is to get the kids having fun, not just in school, but outside of school. So we do, outside of school, we do holiday hangout, which we open up the entire school. We have like snacks and cornhole, and we have inflatables outside, like Gaga Ball, if you're familiar with that. The gym's open for basketball, so it's just an after-school activity that the kids can participate in for free. We also do book fairs, and we really try to get books. We use our scholastic dollars. We try to get books into the hands of all the kids. In fact, at 6th grade orientation, we had a full table. Every new 6th grader was welcome to just choose a book and take home with no strings attached. Also, we rent out like the Roll Our Way skating rink like once or twice a year to open up for a family skate night to have kids come and just have good old-fashioned fun, because I know oftentimes, especially at that age group, they just really say in this community there's not much to do. So we try to provide those opportunities. So our biggest fundraiser is actually a color run. We based it off of the success of Nancy Grayson, because a few of us were Nancy Grayson moms at one point in time as well. And we were selling things, like you could buy wrapping paper or cookies or whatever, and it's just exhausting. So we just decided, like, let's just go door to door down our neighborhood and just say, hey, you want to give $5 for our color run? And each tier of fundraising, the kids earned a prize, which were really inexpensive. But what we did is we also opened up that if you just registered for the color run, you were given a free t-shirt, so that every kid that ran in that color run was included. Nobody felt they were outside of, a socioeconomic status, like I can't fundraise. They were all participating with their like shirts on. And then we had parents and some teachers here throwing color, if you've ever seen a color run, throwing powder color onto the kids. So last fall was our first time doing that. We learned a lot of what to do and what not to do, right? Like this cafeteria was covered in dust. And so the custodial staff was not too thrilled with us. So as a PTO, we sponsored a lunch for the entire custodial staff one day when the kids weren't here at school to say, we're sorry. So we have some processes. We're going to continue it though, 'cause, like thanks to our administrators, like we're going to continue it because we were able to secure about $25,000.
Wow.
And that was just one event. We weren't selling anything, like super easy. We also use that to fund field trips. That's our biggest thing is we want to get field trips. We want the kids out of school. We want them to have experiences outside of school because again, our population, a lot of them aren't going outside of the home to do different types of activities, right? And I think this year our biggest focus is our 8th grade. Last year, their field trips got switched around and they're kind of, I'm gonna say non-existent. So we really want to get those 8th grade students to Gettysburg, which I know as a student back 25, 30 years ago, we went to Gettysburg. We went to the battlefield and we toured. I have no idea what age that was, but that would be our goal for 8th grade this year. We used to bring reenactors to campus and they would do like a Civil War day. That has since stopped for whatever reasons. I actually don't remember. It still might happen. We'd rather go to Gettysburg. Like and you talk about red tape. Like for us as a PTO, the biggest thing is always transportation. Like the cost to get 300 students, because that's about what is in each grade. So we have about 900 students, a little bit less here in the middle school. So getting 300 students to another location logistically is super expensive. And so we try to bridge that gap as a PTO. And we're willing to do so. So like you also asked like what we would like to see provided for us. To be honest, I've always had the mindset of like, we don't even ask. Like we're just gonna get down and we're gonna do it and we're gonna provide for the students. So I don't have a good ask. If my other members were here, maybe they've been churning something, but at this point in time, like we just really buckle down, raise money and try to cover it for the students.
But your son's in 8th grade,
Yes.
so he's going to 9th.
Yes, I do have a 5th grader, but the caveat is she's in private school, so I have to decide if I want to bring her back or not. So that could be a whole nother conversation.
You won't be there for the PTO. If what I'm saying, we're trying to set precedents. So it can't be perfect, but it's continuation from year to year. So
well, we changed our bylaws last year that we actually have a 10th grade mom currently in our middle school PTO because she's enjoyed it so much that she stayed on. I'm not opposed to continuing helping, and I know the other parents feel the same way. Again, if my 5th grader comes, she's going to be a 6th grader, and I got another 3 years here, you know. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, G Blues.
Hi.
Hi.
I am the treasurer, so I don't do much of the logistic side of things, but the rest of our PTO is brand new this year. I would say that is probably our biggest barrier is frequent turnover and having a whole brand new set of people trying to learn how things go, you know, getting the bank account switched over to a new person, because for some reason that's like one of the hardest things to do. So I think that really is the biggest barrier that we experience. We are a tiny little school, so there's not many of us available to participate. But you know, we what am I saying? Like I said, the turnover is a problem. This is my 2nd year. My oldest is in 3rd grade, so I potentially, and I have a 4-year-old, so I could potentially be doing this for, since we're up to 5th grade, I could potentially be doing this treasurer job for like a long time.
They'll keep you forever.
I think they might, but that would be fine. But we also, in our bylaws, have a clause that if there's somebody new, I believe it says we only are allowed a 2-year stint
per position.
If there is somebody else that wants to take the position.
Gotcha.
So that's potentially an issue as well. I don't know. Like I said, we're all pretty new. This is year 2 for me, and I'm the only one from last year. So, yeah.
Sorry, we don't have a lot for you.
No, that's okay.
PTO as well with a 2nd grader and.
Any purchases that you are aware of that the district should consider?
I feel a lot like Krista that just kind of, we make it happen.
Okay.
To you asked, like, what do we pay for and how do we get the money? We pay for field trips, and again, the cost of the transportation is pretty huge. We also at Grace Buellers have Camp G Blues at the end of the year, where we take all of the students to Camp Penn in Waynesboro, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders get the opportunity to actually stay overnight. They go from Thursday to Friday. The little ones come home. But so I don't have much experience with the overnight aspect of that because, like I said, my oldest is only in 2nd grade this year. So, but that's our biggest expense, I would say. That this past year it was about $6,000 for that 2-day experience. That included all of the costs. And we provide food, we pay for the facilities, we pay for the transportation, we pay for like any miscellaneous activity things that the teachers need while we're there. We make our money, we do a race for education, and since we are on campus, we use the rec center at the university, and the kids take turns running laps around around the indoor track. And then they also do different physical education type activities in stations. So they do like K through 3 has a slot, well, K through 2 and then 3 through 5 has another slot, and they switch. So that is one of our main sources of income. Our other one is our pasta dinner and silent auction. That is very variable as how much we make off of that. It really depends on how many donations we're able to get to auction. This past year, though, between selling tickets to the dinner and we do the silent auction, but we also do raffles, between all of that, we did earn about $14,000 this past year. So hearing these other budgets is like, woo, because this is very tiny compared to that. But, coming in last year, I was like, whoa, that's a lot of money. But apparently it's not a lot of money. So.
All right. Any questions for them?
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, and our cheer booster. And music, if you guys want to go ahead and come up too, you can. We could just kind of tackle everybody at one time.
I don't have a whole lot because I am new to the boosters. Our president her daughter graduated, so she is looking to get out. So we're trying to get everybody together. I think we have 3 new people on boosters, and the one that her daughter graduated, and then our other one, her daughter is a senior, so she will be also leaving. I'm still trying to learn the ropes. As far as what we do for cheer, the meals, kind of like football, for the high school cheerleaders. Middle school doesn't get to travel a whole lot to away games. If they do, we do try to provide meals for those girls. Trying to think. Anything that might not be covered in any other aspect. I believe there's been some equipment. Now, I will say, as a parent of a cheerleader, it's expensive on the parents. So fundraising, while I've heard it before, it's a lot of competition. You have not only other fall sports, you also have midget sports in the area. Trying to find something that somebody already hasn't tapped into is really hard. And then when you have kids in multiple sports, you run out of people to ask, really. And then the way our fundraisers go is some of them go into personal cheerleader accounts to help cover costs. Some of it goes into the booster. So we have to split our fundraising. So it's either fundraise more or the boosters gets the short end of the stick. Because the cheerleaders, from what I can remember, this is my daughter's 2nd year, but we buy a crate, we buy the paint for the crate, the body liners that go under the cheer uniforms, we buy the shoes, the bloomers, camp clothing. It's at least $500 every year. So it's an expensive sport. My daughter loves it, so I will continue to do it. But it's just one of those things that I don't know if that's something that can be covered elsewhere. I'm not saying all of it. I know some of it does fall on the parents, but if you have more than one cheerleader, I know we have some parents that have one in middle school, one in high school. I don't have a high school cheerleader yet, but I know they go away to camp, and they also have to buy the the jacket and the pants that they wear at the games. I don't know what they call that, but like the windbreaker type thing.
Like a tracksuit.
It could be more at the high school level. I don't know. So that's about all I got because I don't know much else.
Yeah.
So
Well, thank you for coming.
Hi, I'm the secretary for the Music Boosters this year, and this is my first year doing it, so I might not be as up to speed on some of the history of things. And then Aaron's the treasurer. He's been doing it for a couple years, so he's a little more in the know. Basically, what we provide would be similar to football and cheer. We provide a lot of meals for our kids at different events. We do some like student recognition, like senior things, and some stuff for like we do a banquet at the end of the year. But I would say the biggest portion of our budget is director support, program support. That's like $20,000 is what we budgeted this year for that. But we sort of allocate that among all of the music teachers and directors in the district. And we say, hey, this is what you have to spend on things that you need, like repairing the instruments and stuff like that. The high school band director gets the largest portion of that money because it costs a lot to create the field show, the halftime show for the football games, and there's just a lot involved with that. So
and those are all expenses that these directors are supposed to have already asked the district if they will cover, and the district has told them no, or it's not in the budget. So this is not icing on the cake. This is the district has already said no. So these are things that we're picking up the tab for. So
What are they?
So what are they?
Yes.
A somewhat big example is the previous band director. When he had band camp, he had kids there for 12 hours a day, 4 days a week, and it was him and Mrs. Jones. And so he wanted to have additional people there to help supervise sections and to help train
like
the
college
kids.
students,
Yeah,
older.
so he would have college students come in. So a good chunk of the money would go to that. There was one year that because the high school construction was going on, that he wanted to rent a man lift so that he could actually be above the show and see it when it was at the intermediate school. So that was a big expense. A lot of the repairs that happened, so like I paid $300 in repairs for Mrs. Nineman last week for instruments that didn't fit in the school's budget or what she's allowed this year, she said. So we bought a marimba in the past. We bought a marching baritone, 2 of them I think. We bought another baritone. So there's instruments that are getting bought and donated. There was a lack of storage with a lot of the construction going on, so the district donated the box off of one of the trucks that had failed. We paid for the stone.
Kirk had fun with that one.
There's odd things that come up that we're just there to make it work that wouldn't happen otherwise if we weren't there to pick up the tab on those things. One of the things that really blows my mind is even just what the senior recognition costs. So just the banners for the seniors for the football games, that's a big chunk of money. But yeah, I mean it's a lot of little things that add up to $20,000 to $25,000 a year that the directors are choosing to spend the money on. So.
And we set that budget ahead of time, thinking, okay, this is our fundraising goal. Hopefully we can meet that goal for the year and, get the things that the directors need. But, I guess if we go over it, if we accomplish more in our fundraisers, then that's a little extra to have for next year that they can spend. But So, yeah, I wasn't aware of the 4 questions that you had ahead of time, so I just kind of like thought of different things along the way, and I don't know which question they fall under. But my biggest thing I would say is the communication, and I really like what Mr. Judd said about communication among the different booster organizations and PTOs, and that's not even one that I thought of, but I really like what you said there about us sort of coordinating. My thing about communication is I don't know if there's something that goes out at the beginning of each year to each PTO or booster club or group saying, hey, just a reminder, these are our policies as a district of what you need to do and provide to us in order for you to be able to or allowed to operate within this district. One thing that happened for us was like with this form for to get the fundraisers approved, we weren't aware of that, so we got kind of scolded for not turning that in. But apparently, like we checked with some of the other booster clubs, and they had been doing it already, and they were aware of it. So I don't know if it was just us that was left off of that communication or what. And I think the change with the FMX, I don't think we were aware of it when it happened either. And it's surprising because we have a booster club member on the school board. But so yeah, I don't know if there's just like a mass email that goes out and we need to make sure that we're added to it and aware of everything that's going on. Yeah, otherwise, I would say along the lines of like that form for getting approval for fundraisers. I understand the need for it. You know, you want to make sure that none of the groups are going rogue and doing something illegal that they shouldn't be doing. But I just want to make it clear that it's very hard to get volunteers for things and very hard for especially getting people to step up into a leadership role in all of these groups. And from what I've been hearing from everyone so far is that like people have to stay on as president a couple of years after their kid is already done with that group because we just can't get anyone in to like take over that leadership role. So just keeping the red tape and paperwork to a minimum is my only request with that.
Aaron, anything else?
Yeah, comments. But I've been thinking about it, so I can kind of streamline it. But a big thing that has kind of been discussed in the past 3 years with my involvement has been how do the instruments get to away games? And that started off with actually we were renting a U-Haul truck, and then we realized that the school has 2 trucks, and nobody thought to use the second truck, so that was great. But now I understand we might be down to 1 truck, so I think there are 2. Okay, so that's a non-issue, but it's interesting how those things don't get communicated. Then you have a booster club wasting money on a U-Haul truck they didn't even need for most of Mr. Mag's career here, as I understand it. So think about how that money could have got spent otherwise if we would have known that we didn't need to rent a truck. So that's one support thing is how instruments get there, how students get there, things along those lines. Transportation comes up inevitably a few times in the last 3 years, so where it's discussed, you know, how are they getting to a parade, how are they getting to X event or Y event or things along those lines. There's been situations where we've paid for outside professionals to come in for events for the student. That seems interesting that that's not covered by the district, but again, we have no trouble picking up these extra things. So from the standpoint of a treasurer, it's mind-boggling to me that I've done this job for 3.5 years, and I have had no oversight and nobody come and want to look at my books. Mind-boggling. So I imagine all the other programs are the same way, unless there is somebody that's actively looking at it. It's not that I don't have the reports; it's that nobody has to see them.
Aren't we supposed to be overseeing? Aren't we the overseer of these things?
It's in policy.
It is in policy, yeah.
It is in policy.
I can speak to football. We send our books every year to athletics, then send it on.
Yeah, so it's interesting that I've never had it requested of me, and that's, I mean, I'm an honest person. It's no problem.
I thought we as a board oversees each boosters club budget, don't we? don't have to, they don't have to submit, we don't, like the treasurer, Caleb's, they got to submit to Caleb what their balances and that and everything, or they can just go broke.
So they're separate entities, Fred, but there should be oversight.
Yeah,
I feel like.
I thought there was.
Another thing that has been fascinating to me, and it's gotten better, not the last band trip, but the band trip before that, I, as a treasurer, handled every student's payment and handled every payment to the travel agent to the tune of $115,000 plus. I had been the treasurer for about 2 months when those funds started running through my hands. So again, that's fascinating. Now that changed with the most recent trip, but still, it's fascinating to me that we as a booster club are collecting the funds for the dry cleaning uniform fees and some other things that I feel like that should almost fall under somebody in the district, or at least they should be overseeing me doing this.
Kind of like the athletic fee that students pay.
Yeah. But that's a side point, but just something you guys had asked for feedback on. So I do feel like those should probably, for a curriculum class, a uniform cleaning fee. I don't know that the booster club has any position where they should be handling that money.
What would you like to see? Like we tell you about somebody report to who? Would you like to see somebody on the board or something? What would you like to see as a coordinator?
I don't know.
So I mean,
right
everybody can
is.
talk, so everybody can talk to each other. The PTOs here, band boosters here. Do we need 2 people we find 2 people that you that oversees your meetings, or calls a group together, calls all the PTOs together, and they all can coordinate. Calls all the sports boosters together, and they can coordinate. Is that a viable app?
It's interesting to me that that football reports to the athletic director. So then, is that the step we're missing? Is that we should be the department head for all the music? Is that who we should be reporting to? And then it should be.
It's actually in policy. I believe it's high school principal or designee.
That's where the clarification with our organization, which is kind of unique because we're a district-wide booster. So we're not limited to a building no longer. And so Mrs. DeLong and I have kind of had some of that conversation, and it, is it Mrs. Deibler, which is the chair of the music department, and that's kind of some of the conversation we're having since she kind of, mans that department, so.
But yeah, it's just, I do feel like there should be a little bit of oversight there, particularly if you're wanting me to handle $115,000 of funds in 1 year, which thankfully that didn't happen with the most recent trip. But, and to preface that, I was the treasurer for 2 months before that started, and I went to 1 meeting before I was treasurer.
Which tends to happen with all of us. If a parent goes to 1 meeting, they get roped into being an officer the next year. So
here I am, 7 years later. If
anyone has any ideas on how to get more parent involvement, we're all ears, I think.
Yeah. And that's another side point. I don't even have a high school band member this year, and I'm the treasurer, mostly dealing with the high school. So I have a middle school band member, but similar happens with the Hershey Park trip for the middle school, right? So Mrs. Enders collects the money, it all runs into our account, and then we buy the tickets. So that still seems a little bit odd that we're in between. Again, we have no problem doing it. It just, I don't know how it's become this without having oversight on it. So.
Can lead to theft.
And all of that goes back to the policy communication. Like, it seems like our group kind of slipped through the cracks of like being told what to do and who to report to whom. So.
Well, we went probably 2.5 years without having a school district employee at the meetings.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's improving, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Any other questions for any of the booster organizations?
I have a question. And can you hear me? I'm moving even closer.
We have a couple minutes.
Couple minutes. Okay. So the question I have is kind of geared towards football boosters. So whenever that dialogue about the fridge happened, I think I heard you say you didn't know how to submit a request. That is correct. So that's strange to me. And I didn't know if anybody else doesn't know how to submit a request and to who, but that's important. I mean, for the board to know, here's where we're not supporting where we should support. We can't come up with that answer unless we know. And I mean, I think with timeliness, the first game is Friday next week, right? First home opener? I'm excited for that, by the way. I just think of the timeliness there and knowing how to submit a request. So.
I think Ms. Faunus wants to speak.
Can I tag into that too? I think the same happens with the high school band director in my building. Is I meet with them, we review everything. Like for example, like I advocated for the budget to triple this year. They now have triple the amount of money in the music department because we heard the need for repairs. We heard the need for music purchases. We heard the need for that. So we are doing, that's what Sarah would say, like most of mine funnels through the band director, not necessarily direct communication. Similar process.
All right, we have one more item to go, but I just want to thank all of you guys for coming and sharing kind of your thoughts and opinions and ideas. And we are always open to that feedback. Our emails are, of course, on the district website, but of course, Mrs. DeLong seems to be, she loves her volunteers. And I mean, as you guys have kind of said, all of the things that you contribute to our students, you do it because it's for our students. And so imagine if there were none of us that were able to provide those things, how many, less experiences our students would have. So I appreciate you. As a volunteer myself, I am thankful for you and grateful for you.
One quick thought. Several of them mentioned they don't know when others are scheduling events. I mean, is there no online calendar that they all could log in? And where would that be? If they could do that, then they could check and see somebody else already has an event scheduled.
So there's not currently any one district calendar for fundraisers. I'm the warehouse of all of the fundraising forms as they come in. Could I make a calendar? Probably. I would just need to.
I think I can help you problem solve that.
Yeah.
I have ideas already.
And I would just add, Mr. Carey, like Shippensburg is as frictionless as possible with fundraisers as opposed to other districts. In other districts, like every fundraiser has to go before the board for approval, and that usually happens like in September. So it's give and take. The upside is there's not as much paperwork and process. The downside is it's tougher to coordinate because there aren't a 30,000 foot view on which ones are happening when.
I can say that I read every form, and a couple of times I've reached out to Sarah because I say, hey, somebody is selling mums and somebody else is already selling mums, and she's like, no, actually they the unified bocce and the volleyball both sell mums at the same time. That's okay. If I see 4 fundraisers for whoopie pies, I usually say hey, someone's already doing that. So I try to
monitor it.
Watch, what's happening, but I haven't made a calendar of when things are happening.
She's done a phenomenal job with all the paperwork. I don't know how she keeps it straight, but she really does.
She does.
I have helpers. But I do think it's great feedback. I think it would be easy to, Dr. Stevens is a whiz at turning forms into fillable documents.
I already did it. I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, so that's I think an easy fix to.
You don't even have to do it, Dr. Stevens. You did it.
Yeah, nice. He's helped me out lots of times with that, so he's awesome. So that's really great feedback, and I appreciate that. I think that's an easy thing we can do.
All right, so we have one more agenda item, and again, boosters and PTOs, if you guys want to up and at 'em and go to dinner, you're more than welcome to leave at this point. We're gonna cover this one last agenda item, or you can stick around, and we're going to talk real quick about middle school track program addition. So Sarah, I don't know, was your plan to come up and discuss that? Or Mr. August, was there a plan for that?
What's that?
Was there?
Yeah, I can talk about it.
Go ahead.
Me or Sarah too. So with the track being like almost finalized, there was discussion among adding middle school track and field to spring sports. So we were just bringing that before the board on the cost of what that would be for the middle school, to have a middle school track team. As I know, me and Sarah talks, they don't have many spring sports, I don't believe, at the middle school, and there's a lot of interest from the students. So, and it can be coordinated, even when the high school, like the high school's having track practice, they can coordinate that because they're both in the spring. So, wanted to bring that before the board to add middle school track this spring.
Is there a total cost in the?
It'll probably fall between $15,000 and $20,000 with coaches, uniforms, transportation, officials, and just miscellaneous equipment. That's a rough estimate.
Mrs. Faunus, how much interest have you already experienced for it? Okay.
Thank you. Okay. It is an item because in the spring we only have middle school girls soccer, middle school girls volleyball, and middle school boys soccer. And we do have a large group of students that Coach Buckheister has as like a run club in the spring. And we're just always asked, like, why do we not here at Shippensburg with the size of our district not have this program? Before we could say our facilities, but now we have the facilities to have this.
You don't foresee scheduling conflicts between the high school and the middle school, given that they're at the same time?
No. So like most school districts do, they kind of stagger start. Your high school or your middle school team would come out first, and then you would have some that would be a little later. That's what happens with all of our other middle school sports right now. And the coaches, it's coordination with them for using the facilities. Now, most of your meets, looking at the pods that the Mid-Penn put out, you would have tri-meets. So you would have about 3 of those tri-meets, and like you would host one and you would rotate. So to actually schedule for the events, no.
Okay. Yeah. So in the interest of time, I mean, out of this committee, if the board wants to do this, this would be something that we could do. I mean, I don't want to speak for you. If the board was so inclined to give the resources to have a middle school track team, would that be something that could happen this year? Or is this for the next year? Like, should we put it in the budget cycle?
So this was part of my budget this past year, was the addition of this middle school track team, but I think it was pushed to pause. I don't
Right.
want to speak out
So
of
are you saying you have the funds?
So working with Caleb.
Right. It'll need to be added next year because due to we didn't know the stage of the track.
Okay. So this would be something for.
But we could push it. I mean, I think there's enough time still. It's not in the budget, but there's still enough time, I think, to have a track team in the spring. No, Sarah?
Yeah. So if I would, because speaking with the Mid-Penn, because the 2-year cycle had already started this coming spring, but there are other schools right now that are adding middle school teams. So they are creating 3 pods to add those other schools, and each pod right now has 6 or 7 teams. So we have been penciled in if it would be approved. So we would have a schedule that would be created. Uniforms, if I would order, would take about 8 weeks, so I'd have to do that. Spring transportation schedules aren't due yet, so I have time to add them to the transportation schedules, but it would be just opening coaching positions who we already have individuals that have expressed high interest. So it's all there. It would just be the financial side of speaking with Caleb.
So for the board, there's, I guess, the question is, do we do this now as an unbudgeted item that would be coming out of fund balance?
Correct.
Or do we wait and put it into the budget for the following year? So that's the question.
We got kids that are interested in now. Why wouldn't we take care of them now?
Well, I mean, we can, Fred. I'm just saying that's going to come out of fund balance. So
To me, it's worth it.
Fund balance going to stay there forever? I mean, use it for something.
And it's not a ton of money.
No.
So, and I feel like it would do some good.
Less than a dirt pile.
This would be girls and boys, so this doesn't affect Title IX anything because we're just staying even where we were, right?
So I don't want to. We haven't heard from everybody. Is there enough consensus to put an item on for discussion at the next board meeting?
Yeah. I'm good.
Yes.
Okay, so there you have it. I'd make some phone calls, Sarah, just to move the process along.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Ms. Faunas, you explained that you did submit that in your budget.
Yeah, so that was my dropping the ball, but also we didn't have the track stability in the spring really this year. And then we were using transportation for practices, so we didn't really have a good cost to put in, I would say, for the following year, and know the stage of the track of where it would be cycle.
Yeah, it was a struggle to get our high school, given where we were with the track.
Drew, are you asking, was that $20 or $25,000 allotted in Sarah's last year budget, and did we deduct that?
Right.
Did we deducted the 25 or 20?
It wasn't added into her.
Was not added.
15 or 25? I thought I heard 15.
It'll probably be between 15 and 20 is what Sarah estimated.
Okay. And then as far as trainers and their need for ice on the field, would there be a need for a refrigerator and freezer out there closer to the field that could be utilized for the trainers in athletics?
So our athletic trainers carry ice and water on their cart.
So the answer is yes?
I would not use the same refrigerator for ice as I would for food. I feel like that hygienically would not be the best thing to do with having hands going in the fridge for medical needs compared to food.
So if we get the fridge for the ice and the medical needs, but then after we purchase it, then the decision is that we're not going to use it because you don't want to use it for that purpose. We have the fridge and we can be utilized by our booster clubs. That's what I'm getting at. Add it to the same expense. Out of fund balance, what's it going to cost? I don't think it's a major expense.
Am I hearing from this group to add a refrigerator? The discussion.
Sell them everywhere.
Yes.
That's what I heard.
What's that?
So are you saying a fridge at the track somehow?
You missed that part. You weren't here.
This is what I get for being late.
Are you guys okay with adding a refrigerator?
Where's it going?
At the stadium.
Near the
Yes.
electric?
In the shack.
Near the electric.
Okay.
Yes, near the electric, that we need to make sure we'll actually maintain the
Eh,
refrigerator.
Yeah, and I would, caution's maybe not the right word. Just making sure that we have the correct ampage out there to run those may
Yeah, we
boost the
found out
price
hard
up
way the
a
other
little
day.
bit. There may be some electrical work that will need to be investigated, possibly.
Athletic director has some concerns about one refrigerator.
So right now, the voltage in that makeshift concession stand will not work for a refrigerator. So Tim and Jake would have to look at what would work. We couldn't even have 2 crock pots on one outlet because it kept blowing the crock pot or the breaker. Becky was there she witnessed that. So they would have to change the voltage in that concession stand.
So I guess what I'm saying is I would be, the board should know it's not just going to be the purchase of a refrigerator. There may be infrastructure work that needs to go with it.
Your mic died.
I think we all did.
All right, that concludes
Hello?
the Curriculum and Student Engagement Committee meeting. Kirk, I'm sorry we ran over a couple minutes. It's your turn, buddy.
To be honest with you, I don't have much yet until we have on the agenda tonight a potential land.
Mr. Jabba, are you able to kind of give a summary of vast amount of work that your department did over the summer, just some highlights? Okay, perfect.
All right, so I just want to give everybody a quick update of all the summer projects that's coming to an end or has already been completed. You can go to the next slide there. So you see here, these are the Nancy Grayson and James Bird's gyms. They currently had carpet in them from the 1970s. So I converted them over into a nice hard maple hardwood flooring. New basketball, new lines for basketball, pickleball, and I think volleyball. You can go to the next one. This is a middle school gym that I had done this summer. This was a complete re-sand. So there was like 50 years of wax and all kinds of stuff on that floor. I had that done. Here again, new basketball lines, volleyball, side basketball too. I also had the whole gym repainted this summer. So I had a lot of compliments on that because it's never been done for like 20 plus years. So I think that really looks good. So I hope it stays that way because that was very expensive. Super expensive.
Mr. Drawbaugh, to that point before you go on, are there precautions that the buildings need to take to protect those floors?
Yeah, so every year they will get a rough screen coat and another coating on those floors, but there absolutely should not be any painter's tape on that floor or any tape at all because that will finish up. So I want to make sure that's very clear that we try to maintain so there's no tape on that floor.
So I think, have Sarah communicate to coaches, and if you can get with the building principals.
I have already. I have reached out to most of them already. I think Andrea, I reached out to her too, and Blake, so yeah.
Thank you.
What about the youth basketball? You tell them, because I know they use tape. They're going to be told that?
Yeah, so, yeah, Sarah and I are working on those groups that use those gyms. Do not put tape on them floors because... but yeah, great job, board. I think amount of money until next year now. Next slide. Here we did some, we had some painting done. The Athletics Hall of Fame wall there in the high school lobby. Those first two slides there. I was able to work with Tony Bowserman painting, and Sarah, she did a great job helping me pick out the color for that top gray border. And then the slide on the right is the middle school. I only took one picture of that, so, but that all turned out really nice too. So it looks good. It looks good to the public's eye. So, this slide here is we finally were able to get all new basketball backboards installed in the high school gym. So, oh my God, I come in the middle of this project, but I am blessed that it's done now. So there were some issues here that that I had to work around, but it's all done.
Good job.
The slide on the left, we had actually added a handicap ramp there to the back part of the high school for the gym and anybody, or for the band and whatnot. Because of the height of the curb outside the band room, it just would involve more work, so I just slid it down a little bit so they could, the band can get to the box truck and whatnot. The middle slide is just this last Friday. They did a recoating of those rubber areas. I think some of the board members are there when we did the walk around. The slide on the right is the new paved area. It has since been coated. That was done late Friday. That's been all taken care of now. They are coming back tomorrow. Correct me right, Sarah? To put lines on the long jump. So Yeah, so all that, the rest of that painting will be done tomorrow, so we should be good there now. So, and then I did the resanded the high school stage floor twice, but that was the finished product for the new high school stage. So hopefully, and here again, that's another one where we don't want to put tape down on that floor because it'll peel the finish up too.
Now will we roll equipment across that stage?
Just hopefully just on the black part of it there in the back. Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah. And then we just finished this up today. So I had a company come in, they re-edged the baseball field and groomed it. They put infill mix in. Yeah, it turned out really well. So that was the baseball field. That just got finished today about 1 p.m. And then the last slide is the softball field. So.
And just to be clear, Mr. Drawball, this was on top of getting all the buildings ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
From a custodial side, and just the regular maintenance.
So
this
we
was extra credit. For
it was a long summer, but I'm glad it's done.
Go back to softball again.
What's that? There you go.
And I just want to give kudos to you and to Aaron and Jake and the entire crews. You guys worked your tails off, this summer to get the buildings in as good of shape as I've ever seen them, in my time here. So great job, and make sure your crews know that we appreciate them.
Well, I thank the board too. I mean, you guys were able to give me some extra money for this summer to get some of these projects done. So you guys did a good job. Thank you.
Did a good job. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Drawball.
The only other thing that I wanted to bring up tonight, we haven't started really getting into any of the construction projects where we have a lot going on in facilities, other than what Tim's done on his regular budget. But we have a vote coming up in a couple of weeks, and it involves the Engave property. If we purchase it, we're going to need input from the board, administration, on what they would like to place on there so that we can potentially talk about designs here in the future.
Excuse me, Kurt. I'm sorry. We didn't hear you over here when you started out.
We have the
real estate purchase.
Real estate purchase that's on there tonight.
Okay, for discussion.
So if that's successful and we decide to do that project, board needs to think about what they want to put over in that area for sports fields, that type of stuff. So we have an idea right out of the gate on how we can design, because it affects stormwater runoff from some of the projects that we're going to work with. Same way within the stadium. If you're going to leave impervious ground inside for concessions, bathrooms, that type of stuff, you need to have an idea. Nothing's happening now, but I just wanted to tell everybody to think about that. That's all I have.
I asked EI to get I shared with the board the cost for this engineer to look at the stadium. So there'll be an invoice coming for discussion on the next agenda. So
that was $6,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe.
Say 26.
6.
Build a new stadium for that.
That's it.
Then that concludes the committee meetings, and I guess we'll recess into executive session until the public meeting that starts at 8 o'clock.
Go to the bathroom.
Good evening. I'm calling the Planning and Action meeting for the Shippensburg Area School District School Board for August 24th, 2026 to order. Mr. Barwin, if you could please take roll.
Mr. Jim Bard.
Here.
Mr. Mike Carey.
Here.
Mr. Charlie Suiters.
Here.
Dr. Nathan Goetz. Dr. Michael Lyman.
Here.
Mr. Kirk Noggle.
Here.
Mr. Fred Scott.
Here.
Mrs. Becky Wolfinger.
Here.
And Mr. Drew Alosi.
Here. Just a quick note, the board met in executive session prior to this meeting regarding personnel matters and real estate. If you could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we begin our deliberations this evening, let's once again be reminded of our duty to represent all of the children of the school community, regardless of age, sex, race, or creed, and regardless of need or ability. This meeting is being live streamed and uploaded to the district YouTube channel. May we now have a moment of silence to reflect on our thoughts, plans, and actions on behalf of the students in the Shippensburg Area School District. And a moment of silence for Jeffrey Lynn DeWalt, high school graduate of 1975. Doris Ann Hay, graduate of 1956. Paula Patterson, intermediate school staff member and high school graduate of 1986. Thank you. If there's anybody that would like to make public comment, there are comment cards over on the right side of the cafeteria. If you haven't gotten one, you're welcome to get one now and bring it up to us. Item 1F is agenda approval. Mr. August, are there any modifications?
One slight one, item 3BD, transportation process in question was moved from discussion to my report.
Any other changes?
No, sir.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as
Let's go ahead and make
indicated?
a motion to approve.
Motion?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries and the agenda is approved. Item 2 is citizen comments regarding agenda items. Any agenda item listed can be commented on during this portion. There will be a comment period later intended for items that are not listed on the agenda. Do we have anybody here who would like to make comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 3, which is reports. Student representatives. I believe we have somebody joining us. Is your name Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Powell, and you can provide your report.
Perfect. So in sports news currently, we have football that traveled to Milton Hershey on Saturday for their scrimmage against Milton Hershey as well as Harrisburg. Boys soccer traveled to Susquehannock for their scrimmage on Saturday and fell 2-0. Girls soccer hosted Littlestown on Saturday and won 8-0, with top scorers being Macy Ritter with 3 goals, Nadia Blount with 3 goals, Ella Reed with 1 goal, and Shania Haran with 1 goal. Varsity football will be traveling to Big Spring this Friday for the annual LBJ game. Volleyball will be traveling to Chambersburg High School on Thursday for their first game of the season. Golf traveled to Gettysburg High School for their match today. And then field hockey hosted Central York tonight for their match. In school news, clubs are officially started today. There's multiple clubs that met today, as well throughout the week there's going to be multiple clubs. High school hosted community night on Friday, showcasing all their fall sports, the cheerleaders, as well as the marching band. Many high schoolers have started their Ship Start classes, as well as some of them are even in dual enrollment throughout the school year. For middle school, multiple musical groups have started their meetings, including auditions for Jazz Hounds, the band, the Color Guard Orchestra, and chorus. And that is what I have for my report today.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Are there any questions for Mr. Powell? Dr. Lyman?
Is this your first time at one of our meetings, Mr. Powell?
No.
No? Oh, I missed your first one the last time? Okay. I was going to have you say nice things about yourself, but it's okay.
I could tell you stories.
No pressure. All right, moving on. The superintendent's report is 3B.
Thank you. Donation report. We have one generous donation from Abby Thorne. Full drum set, conga drums, bongo drums, and miscellaneous percussion instruments items. Approximate value of $2,000. So thank you, and our music program thanks you as well. On to the enrollment report. So enrollment is a little volatile. So you may see some different numbers tonight as we clean this up, but this was from Friday. As of today, there's 46 students difference between now, this report and today. So we are on this report at 3,691 total students. Actual retail value is 3,737 as of Skyward this afternoon. At our elementary level, we have a total of 1,739 students, middle school 863, and our high school has 1,089 students. I'm happy to report that our kindergarten numbers are comfortable currently. We have 252. We expect that number to grow throughout the school year, but that's one of the lower classes entering, which has been consistent. I'll just remind the board that our growth has been cohort over time, so they enter, and that's kind of what our predictions were saying. They enter relatively comfortably, but over time, the cohort grows, so that's that. James Byrd has 121 kindergartners. Nancy Grayson has 110. The average class sizes are starting out, I would say, fair, pretty good. Our fourth grade at the intermediate is one of our highest. We have a, average class size of 26, but that's counting all students, some who may be assigned to, not, that's everybody in that grade level. So the actual numbers may be right around that. We're 25 at fifth grade. Remember, we added a fourth grade teacher 2 years ago, and we added 2 fifth grade teachers to deal with that bubble, to keep it reasonable. So that is our enrollment, kind of right a little bit below where we were to end the year, but I fully expect that to shake out over the next couple days. We'll be able to clean up our rosters and get true accounting of what we've got. But that's that. Next up is our portrait of a Greyhound next steps. I'm very excited about presenting this. It's something near and dear to my heart. So I want to go through, really talking about what our portrait of a Greyhound is, what it does, how it aligns our system, and give the board and the public mostly, some information on where we're headed, where we've been with this, and where we're headed. So next slide, please. It all starts with our mission and vision. I'm a huge believer that organizations that know who they are and what they're trying to do are more successful than those that don't or aren't living it or hearing it on a regular basis. Just a reminder, our mission is what we do every day, and it's why we exist as an organization. I am particularly proud of our mission statement because it is very actionable. If you look at other districts, not to disparage anyone, but ours tells our teachers exactly what we're trying to do on a daily basis, and that is design engaging and intellectually demanding work. That's what our teachers are charged with. That's what our system is here to support. And I'll get into the rest of that mission statement. But this is one of the things I'm proudest of, that we have an articulated mission statement that's actionable. The vision statement, as you might imagine, I'm also a fan of, because it's very short and very direct, and visions are about the outcomes we produce and who we are on our best day. And as you can see, it's really just 4 different words, maybe, yeah. And one of those is prepared to contribute to their own lives, their family lives, their community, and their nation. And then prepared to succeed at the next step of where they want to go. So and that's throughout the system. So when you're a third grader at Byrd, that system's job is to prepare you to fourth grade. And then when you get to fifth grade, it's for success at the middle school, and so on until you get to 12th grade, when you walk across and you get a diploma, and now you're ready and prepared for your next step into life. So that's the vision. That's what we're trying to do consistently on a daily basis through our mission. Next slide, please. One of the tools that helps us to do that is the portrait of a Greyhound. You may remember it used to be the profile of a graduate, but because of the work that we've done over the last 2.5 years, we were convinced to evolve it so that it really speaks to a K-12 experience. When you have graduate in the name, it's harder for the elementaries to maybe see it. So that was a tweak that we gave. I particularly love the idea that the portrait of a Greyhound is a promise that we make to every student. Okay, so really what it encapsulates are everything outside of the academic knowledge that a student needs to be successful. And we would translate those as real world skills or ready for success skills. So it comes down to the knowledge, skills, and attributes that we want to have kids to have beyond and in addition to the knowledge that they're gaining in math, science, social studies, and all the other courses that they're going to take. Okay, and that is so that they can be successful in their next steps again and be contributors to society. So next slide, please. And I think this portrait, which this graphic which took me forever to get right, really shows the path that we're at. And if you were to summarize what a portrait of a Greyhound is, it is everything you would want in an employee or a college student. So when our kids leave after 12th grade, if they're headed to college as a freshman, they are prepared for success in that class. If they're headed to the workforce, then they are somebody that can be hired, should be hired, and can immediately contribute to that organization. Next slide, please. So this is our portrait of a Greyhound. I'll just quickly run through the elements, and the board should be reminded that this document was created in a collaborative process through a survey tool called Thought Exchange, 4 years ago now, where we asked our community, our teachers, and our students what skills they most wanted in our graduates, okay? And it came out that, they wanted effective communicators, they wanted collaborators, people that could work with others, they wanted people that were innovators and could solve problems and generate new ideas. They wanted a critical thinker, people that were skeptical and required evidence and could produce evidence. And the bottom two, they talk about being a responsible person as well as being a resilient individual. So the portrait of a Greyhound, outside of being a promise to our students and our community, it becomes our North Star, and it is a tool to fulfill our mission. Okay? It provides common language, common understanding to support our vision as well. Understanding that, this is not meant to hang on a wall. This is meant to be things that our teachers are designing and to engage our kids, and that, they're things that are already happening in our classrooms, but this document allows us to be more intentional and to have clarity on what should be happening in the classrooms and what our kids should be capable of producing. It also sets the bar higher, because we know what these look like. And the other advantage, which I may repeat later, is it's a K-12 document. So a kindergartner can learn to be a collaborator. That looks different from what a senior collaborates. So that it's meant to be a system-wide document. Next slide, please. Just to show the alignment, if you look at the yellow, I just mentioned that this document is the tool that if you're designing as a teacher, engaging in intellectually demanding work, then these skills are going to be a natural part of that. And as I said, this is a tool that allows you to break down what exactly those skills are that you can include and practice, and most importantly, model and articulate to the students why and what they're doing. You'll notice the rest of our mission statement contains words that are in our portrait of a graduate. Okay, the only ones kind of left out is innovator, but that's still very important. And if we're going to have a vision of kids that can contribute, they need to be responsible people and they need to be resilient. So everything covered in the portrait pretty much is covered in our mission and vision statement. Next slide, please. So why do you want it? Why should we have it? Well, I've already talked a little bit about it. It creates a shared vision, K-12 for us. Where we're aiming, it dictates what exceptional teaching and meaningful learning looks like and is executed in a classroom. It helps us engage students in challenging and relevant work. It establishes expectations, and and for me, this is one connects classroom learning to the skills. So when you're a student and you're asked, why am I doing this? Why do you have me in groups? We can point to the portrait of a Greyhound and say, because to be successful, you have to be able to work with other people. It gives relevance to that learning beyond just the learning for learning's sake, and really unites our community around the student success with a common language. Okay, so when you put together a portrait of a Greyhound, and people aren't aware of what it is, you have to do some capacity building, and that's what has taken place over the last several years. We have developed common language, common understanding, and common vision, first with a group of individuals that I'll talk about, but in order to be successful, this can't sit in the superintendent's office. It can't just hang on a wall. It has to be seen and modeled and embraced by teachers. And so over the past several years, we've taken a cohort of teachers who were maybe skeptical, who were voluntold, but eventually became very, very engaged in this type of work for the district. Next slide, please. Well, you see that picture on the left is just a small cohort of that group. Going back to 2020, 22, 23, we created this together. It was introduced to the staff. That year, we had excess capacity to allow our specialists at the elementary level to have an additional period in their schedule where they would specifically work on these skills. Over time, what we found was, or they found and reported to us, was that having a separate period wasn't necessary because these skills could be worked on in the regular classroom, which was really an epiphany that I was hoping to have them see. So this is not a silo. This is not something you do. This is something that's embedded in all your instruction. And that group on the left was part of a panel discussion led by a professor at ShipU, who we worked with as a team. She guided us through an iterative strategic process to see how we could move the portrait of a Greyhound forward. And the two areas where we had a lot of success, although there was a broader team, was at the elementary with those specialists and at SACE, who came up with the idea, which I thought was brilliant and I wouldn't have thought of myself, which talks about collaboration, being able to produce something better than you could have thought yourself. So we were living the elements of the portrait of a Greyhound as part of this process. They decided that linking the verbiage into their already existent PBIS system was a great strategy to get that common language and common understanding. We invited other districts to join us. We had some one hits, different local districts came and joined us, and we got great ideas from them. 2024 to present, we are moving forward. The elementaries, you've heard about the house system. Because of that growth and the link at SACE, there's talks about how to integrate these words into the house system. We kind of missed an opportunity there, but again, the key here, for me, and I think everybody, is not to make it one more thing and to integrate it into what we're already doing and have teachers recognize that. So we're embedding core competencies into ongoing curriculum writing. Our elementary buildings showcase student progress directly to the Portrait of a Greyhound with nights and exhibitions, I think, that are extremely well received by parents, and we're just growing momentum around the experiences that kids are having that are engaging and intellectually demanding. This year, kudos to our K-5 administrative team who, after the convocation, came together, or before, and organized events to help spread, knowledge and, again, that common language and common understanding. I mean, they reported back to me that was very successful. I think largely because it's one of the first times the entire K-5 got together, but it was a good reason to get them together, and I believe it was well received. Next slide, please. So where are we going with the Greyhound, Portrait of a Greyhound? I mean, there's really three constituents that we have to look at. We have to look at the teachers. How do we get it to the parents and community? And how do we engage students in this? Slide, please. All right, so, again, this is how do you get teachers to engage when these are the reasons why you shouldn't or wouldn't want to engage. We hear this, and it's real from teachers. This is one more thing. I can't pay them extra to work on this. It has to happen during the school day. And, with leadership turnover, there is the idea that this would kind of sink and go away. My goal, particularly with what's on the agenda tonight, is that we move forward with this over the year, and this just becomes how we do business at Shippensburg. Next slide, please. Okay, so how do you engage teachers? Well, you make it about the students. That's supposed to be a spotlight. When we allow our kids to shine, our teachers shine. When our teachers shine, our principals shine. When the principals shine, upper admin shines. And when upper admin shines, the board shines and our district shines, okay? So, given showing them that they're already doing these great things, we just have to be intentional about it. You have to make it interesting. You have to make it easy. It has to be connected, and we have to recognize them. Those two pictures at the bottom are a new initiative where we produced challenge coins, which are familiar to those of you in the military and maybe other services. And I was able to distribute those. They have our vision, and on the back they have, or front, they have the elements of our portrait. And I handed those out to that cohort of people. And the idea is that our building principals are going to put forth recommendations along with colleagues so that we give this out and make it special to those who are not only moving the portrait forward, but are also doing this and living our mission and vision. The other way to get it to have teachers engage it is to just require it. And we're moving that way. But my hope is that enthusiasm for it, and when they see the results that they're getting and the differences they're making, they are excited. Next slide, please. How do you get students to do it? Well, you have to communicate why you'd want to do this. Anytime you can give, and it's a key component of human motivation, if you can give someone ownership and choice, they will be more engaged in what you're asking them to do. That's a fundamental teaching strategy for engagement. So, portrait and the things that we hope to do with it give teachers that ownership and choice. You got to make it easy for them. You got to connect it to the real world. That picture in the center, which might be a little tough to see, is from an event last Thursday at Volvo. I was invited to help celebrate their new line. If you look real close, you can see in the background, it talks about resiliency. And what I can tell you and why I included that picture is they told their story about how they had to retool their factory and solve a giant problem to allow them to do excavators at the Shippensburg plant. And literally through the course of that time, they hit every aspect of our Portrait of a Greyhound. And so the connection there is how do we get inviting Volvo over to talk to our kids to show them that this just isn't something that sits in a classroom, but these skills are the real skills that they'll be using in the jobs that they take. So also recognition, the high school will be, moving at a little bit of different pace. But I foresee and I hope that someday that we have the ability to recognize kids who have demonstrated that they've mastered these skills, and I can talk a little bit about how that works. And the other part is, if the board is so inclined, to make it a graduation requirement that they go through this process to demonstrate that. Go ahead. All right, so for families, again, you're going to see a theme here. Talk about the why, communicate, show the value, invite them into the process, and I'll talk about what that opportunity can look like. But also share their success. When we shine a spotlight on kids and we have exhibition night, when we have Artrageous, our community turns out to see what their kids are doing. We have to build that within the context of showing the connection between the Portrait of a Greyhound and the work that their kids are doing. We're already doing a lot of these things, okay? Also, what's coming up could easily be used to help guide student-led conferences, that I think makes a richer opportunity for our parents to know what their kids are doing in our classrooms. Next slide, please. All right, so you'll notice there's a lot of questions in this presentation. So really, the two things as superintendent that I'm most concerned about are, how do you make the portrait something that just doesn't hang on a wall, and how do you prove that it's real? I believe we're on a track where if a parent were to come to me and say, what evidence do you have that your kids are doing these skills? We need a system to be able to show them that it's real and there's actual evidence there. Next slide, please. So, a little side story. You notice there's a picture of Kentucky and a picture of Pennsylvania, okay? In Kentucky, one of the mandates, or it's almost a mandate, is that every school have a portrait of a learner. Talk about mandates we would like from our state. There's one that I could get behind, okay? But in Kentucky, they have it. I connected with Caverna Independent School District, who has a completely built out system that they have piloted and is up and running from K to 12. And when I found them, it was like seeing Nirvana. I was just so impressed because they are where I want this district to be. They're doing things with their portrait that make it alive, and they've solved some problems that I was struggling with as superintendent. Next slide, please. So here's where we're going. Digital portfolios and portfolio defenses. So in order to capture that evidence and artifacts, we need a place to store it so that we can show families, we can show college admissions, we can show future employers. Our kids can say, here's how I can do, here are the skills I have, okay? So that is a warehouse of how to do that. The other part is having our kids articulate, communicate what they're passionate about their own education, all right? Often kids have education, their education is done to them rather than with them. A portfolio defense and a digital portfolio is allowing them to participate in their own education, have ownership and reflection. So portfolio defense is just that. It is going through your digital portfolio in front of a group of adults and talking about why you selected individual projects or experiences and how it relates to the Portrait of a Greyhound. Think about that experience for our kids. Think about how that would prepare them for their next steps. It would be something that our district would be doing that, to my knowledge, no other district in the state is really doing or even talking about. Okay, next slide, please. Are you able to pull? Okay, so I think this is really important. I wanted to show briefly the Portrait of a Greyhound digital portfolio. So with the help of the great Dr. Stevens, we talked with Caverna Independent School District. They gave us a template. Dr. Stevens was able to pull together the framework, and I was able to fill in all the other information. Along the right side, this is an interactive Google slide. So when you go back to making it easy, all of our kids, most of our kids, are familiar with Google Slides. They see it, they use it, they're asked to use it a lot. All of our teachers are familiar with Google Slides. All of our kids have Google Drives where they keep evidence and assignments. So in this scenario, if you want to slip down to collaboration, I guess, you click on that tab, it takes you to a certain slide. It gives you a definition of what that is. It talks about all the strands. And then if you scroll down a couple more slides, you are able to upload information. There's even a video there that I won't share, but you know, I made it myself that gives the instructions. It's 90 seconds long. Okay, it requires highlighting one of those elements, right-clicking, and pasting in a link to something on their Google Drive, something our kids already know how to do. Okay, so it becomes frictionless. You want to go back to the, thank you. Okay, so implementation. We're going to be piloting this in grades 3, 4, 5, 6, with the hope, well, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 12th grade, not quite yet. I underline those because that's where I envision there being portfolio defenses. Okay, we have to build that out, but at every transition, you know, there's a portfolio defense. You may be saying, well, 3rd grade, they're not ready. At Caverna Independent School District, 1st graders are doing this. So our kids can do it too. I've asked our staff at our convocation whether or not they believe they will design 6 individual experiences, projects, other activities that would fit and be our vision of being engaging and intellectually demanding. And it was universal that they felt they could come up with 6 in 180 days. So that becomes very easy. And then, you know, great potential for active use during parent conferences, exhibitions, and student-led presentations. Okay, so that's how the portfolio works. The portfolio defense is pretty simple as well. You're going to have a student at those transition grades who are going to be in front of a panel, and that's where we invite in the community, business partners, faculty members, important people in their lives to have them demonstrate and talk about what's they're passionate about in their learning and what they've selected to talk about, okay? Think about that. You know, 4 times in their career, they're going to be in front of people with a little raised expectation. That's something that's not happening in other districts. You know, and I have that formula, high attention plus high ownership is engagement. And the hope is that our kids are going to own this process as well. You know, we'll give them a rubric with feedback, and you know, making this, again, excellent job interview practice and great post-testing activity. So after, you know, standardized testing hits, you've got that time in April. You know, what do you do that's meaningful? Having our kids do this is a great answer to that. Will it take some work? Absolutely, in coordination, but we're in the process of growing that out and figuring that out together in manageable steps so that our kids and our teachers can see it be successful here in Shippensburg. Next slide, please. All right, summary to date. You can read what we did. It's just kind of a summary of where we're headed. Next slide. All right, I'm going to go through this real quick. This scenario has a lot of benefits to our system, provides instructional focus and change. Next slide. It helps solve the problem of how do we engage our kids when AI is out there and they can do assignments with AI. You know, if you're doing something that's been designed for your portfolio, it's going to require you to maybe use AI as a tool, but you're still going to have to do the work yourself. It also helps engage our kids, and you know, by designing that engaging and intellectually demanding work, you know, we're going to engage them in school better, and screen time becomes less of an issue. Next slide. We've got to be competitive. We've got competitors out there. If we're doing something unique here at Shippensburg, we're going to be a better option, for parents, and I think people will be attracted to what's going on. Next slide. And you've heard me say this before. We're not running away from testing accountability, but that does not define us. We have to be more than a test score, because some kids who can't or have difficulty finding success on standardized tests can absolutely find success in a portfolio defense or curating their own learning. So it is about being more than a test score as a district. Next slide. My role is to provide the vision while I'm here and the support to get us to the promised land. Next slide. Everybody has roles. Director C&I has got to get it embedded in our curriculum. Building principals have to inspect for it. Leadership teams have to incorporate it. Teachers have to design it. Students have to practice it. And this would be my recommendation. I should have put an asterisk next to it. Board members can mandate it. Next slide. Areas that we have to improve in this. Communication and visibility. This is a first step in getting the word out and talking about what's happening here at Shippensburg. We are building capacity and also demand at the elementary level. So a kid who's been in a course at the middle school with a specialist, we're creating that expectation of why isn't this happening at other levels? And we can say we're building that out. But that group of kids who are coming up through are going to say, what is going on? Why am I not having these experiences? And it's our job to provide them. And we have to get really used to using the portrait of a greyhound in our day-to-day lesson design. Next slide, please. Questions? All righty. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question. So earlier in the engagement student services committee, did I say it right? Sorry, I was just.
Student engagement curriculum.
Can you hear me out there? Yeah. Okay, it just doesn't sound like it's usually working. You referenced about third graders utilizing the Chromebooks and how they can go through the process of the slideshows. My question is going back to what was decided last year about Chromebooks in the classrooms, and I think the plan for this year is one set of Chromebooks that are between grade level. So is there a capacity there for the students in K-2 have the skill set to then begin implementing this in grade 3, or do we need more Chromebooks per grade for them to accomplish that competency when it comes to computer use?
To answer your question, I mean, we have to figure that out. And I think, that's part of the journey. That's part of the fun. That's part of the challenge, right? Like, how do we make it work if you have to share Chromebooks? And it can be done. I'm sure it can be done. Not every district is one-to-one. I don't know that Caverna is one-to-one. I can double check with them, but there's a solution out there. We'll just have to find it.
Could it be 2 sets or 3 sets? I mean, we have 6 grades or 6 classes of first grade in one building, 6 classes of another grade in another building. Like, it's 2 sets of Chromebooks too much, or is that not enough?
So I don't know that I have the answers to that. I think we go with our plan and see how it works, and then based on the needs and success, we reevaluate, right? But it, to my mind, if you're going to spend money on technology, it should be to support things like this, right? Because that's what technology should be used for, as a tool and a mechanism to have kids show what they can know and do. So to answer your question, I don't know at this point.
That's how you teach them their collaboration skills.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions?
I like this idea of these defenses. My students at the university have to stand up at the end of their career and end of their bachelor career and do an oral presentation where they sort of defend and report on their experience throughout our curriculum. Some of us have had to do dissertation defenses at some point in our life. So I think that, and if I would guess, the number one most feared assignment of my students is some sort of presentation or public speaking kind of assignment. So if our students are doing presentations as, what's a third grader? 10? 8. Like, so if I'm an 8-year-old and I'm already practicing doing public speaking and presentations, I think that's pretty good training for a lot of, I mean, we all as adults are always having to give public speaking and presentations and stuff. And so bring it on.
Anything else?
That would have been helpful.
All right, transitioning. All right, so there was a request to talk about transportation. So I put together a little slide deck. First and foremost, I want to say, thanks for everyone's patience. The first week of transportation is universally a challenge. In my 34 years of education, it has never not been a challenge. It does vary in depth of that. I think we've had a rougher year than we've expected so far. But I can say at the end of the day, every kid got to school and every kid got home, and every day it's getting better. So go ahead and just to give some context, we are 129 square miles. We have 30 buses, 26 vans. We have 3 transportation providers. And as you can see, that number is 3,746 is currently what I pulled out of Skyward. It was a department of 3. We have a department of 2 for our transportation folks. So they've been hopping. All right, so I don't want to belabor this, but when you think transportation, I've underlined those words. Now, obviously, number one, safety is the number one concern when we're transporting students, but also things like reliability, percentage of kids, buses arriving, departing within a window, efficiencies, making sure our students per bus and our average bus utilization makes sense. The board has charged administration numerous times to find cost efficiencies, and the transportation department has their part to play in that. We want to make sure we're dealing with customer service. They need to do compliance with the state and also communication. So those are the goals of that department. I would say outside of number one, they aren't particularly ordered in any, they're all important. Number one is the most important. Next slide, please. All right, so we've had our challenge, we've had changes, challenges, and bumps for the 26-27 school year. Mrs. DeLong, myself, our director, Paula Reed, met with Boyo Transportation this afternoon, had what I think a really productive conversation where we ironed out some of the things that were needed to be ironed out, and basically planned to move forward. Some of the challenges we faced in that effort to improve cost efficiency, there were a lot of new routes, and that threw a lot of people off, and for a couple reasons. We want full buses and the shortest possible routes, and nobody likes change, and I just want to emphasize that. I don't know that anyone's surprised by that, but drivers, parents, students, definitely, change is hard. And this year was a big change in a lot of our routes, but for the right reasons. We learned kind of after the fact that our Skyward system and our routing system were not in sync. And so things and changes that were made on one side were not showing up on the other side. For example, our custody information rollover didn't happen, which you really can't detect until it becomes a problem. So, when we had kids in split custody, that made it more challenging. And also, when changes were made in one system, they weren't always reflected in the other, which caused confusion. But we've since identified that as a problem and are looking for solutions for that. We had late registrations. That's expected, but that's complicated by items number 1 and 2. Like I said, we had 46 kids from Friday to today register. who need transportation, and that can complicate things as we try to fit them on buses and find the right right transportation for that. I think we would say we have familiar faces in our department, but they're in new roles. And the first time, everybody's had a first year, and you learn and you get better. And we've had bumps and challenges, but we've also gotten kids to school, and every day it's getting a little bit better because we're addressing these things with our providers and communicating what needs to happen. Next slide, please. There's some questions about routing. Just a brief timeline on the left. Our department met with Boyo, who's our largest provider, to review routes. That happened the first week of August. Improvements were identified for next year in that process as part of our meeting today. The providers accepted the routes, approved them on August 10th by the board. Routes were given out to drivers August 13th, and school started August 20th. So there was some time in between, but just like we had 46 enrollments from Friday to Monday, from that August 13th date, enrollments continued to happen, which impacted our system. Key areas of improvement is to keep current routes. I put an asterisk next to that. Is change is hard, and this was a big one. Next year, once these routes have become solidified and honed, we shouldn't have the same kind of learning curve for families to get. They'll know where their bus stop is primarily, and it will go a lot easier and smoother. So I didn't quite understand this, but in our talk, they talked about reviewing routes for stops and students. I think we did it for stops and needed to have more information in that communication. So we learned from that. We also learned that to give draft routes to the drivers 1 to 2 weeks before the start of school, and then update that like 2 days before school starts, just as a double measure to capture any changes which we know occur. This was a big one. I think that added to some confusion, at least between the drivers and the providers in our department, is following the chain of command for requested changes, meaning the drivers were doing the right thing, saying, hey, we can consolidate this. They were doing that over the phone. They were sending emails. Very hard to keep track of, especially when you're doing your best to keep up on other calls. So talking with Boyo, the provider, those drivers are going to communicate to their liaison, who will then communicate directly with our liaison, and that's going to quiet down. And also, it gives another set of eyes on the suggestions that our drivers are making. Not that they're wrong necessarily, but having another check before it gets to our department is a good thing. Having them confirm that is a good change to make. And from our side, lesson learned: more clearly notify drivers, Boyo, when a new stop is created. That was something that we talked about today. It was communicated, but I think it just needed to be maybe front and center as a headline to make it more clear. And then make sure that we're testing the communications between the computer systems so we don't have the same issue. Next slide, please. I know there's going to be talk about in-house routing versus contracting it out. Along the left side are reasons why it makes sense, both sides actually. It's more efficient assigning of transportation to meet timelines. So we're the ones as a district who are required to get students enrolled and in school within 5 days. Okay, so that's on us. And that's not to say that Boyle wouldn't want the same thing, but we're the ones held accountable to that. So if we're the ones that have to answer for it, we should be the ones, to my mind, that can move that forward. This includes special ed transportation in particular, and particularly McKinney-Vento students who, I believe the quote is, I just lost it, but with all deliberate speed to get them enrolled because they are our most vulnerable population. So without delay, I'm sorry, is the words that I remember saying. So we are to enroll those students and get them here without delay. And so having control of that allows us to have the most streamlined approach, and plus we know the students better. for the most part. We can optimize routes. That gives us cost control, and it gives us the ability to have provider equity when it comes to how routes are given out. I kind of put the steps over there. If we were to go with vendor routing, you can see the timeline there. We would get something from the school or family saying there's a new enrollment. That would go to the district. We would then have to go to the vendor, who would then come back to us to tell us where that student should be placed. So that's an extra step. And time is of the essence when it comes to transportation. Also, there's going to be a fee for that. I'm assuming, I haven't talked to Boyo directly, but I'm assuming, as in the past when it was with them, we would have to a service fee for them to do the routing. The timeline below is we get information from the school or family. Our transportation department makes a determination where they go, and then that goes out to the driver and vendor at no additional cost. You can see the summary there. What we hope to get with in-house routing is better service to students, greater operational control, greater long-term efficiencies, and we can do routing cheaper ourselves. So big picture, transportation is a complex and dynamic system. It is ever-changing, particularly at the start of the year. No district is immune to issues the first week of school. I just saw something pop up on my social media. Our neighbors to the south are continuing to have mega issues with transportation. They wish they had the bumps and challenges that we have. Daily improvements are taking place, and I would say days 1 to 5 are not equal to days 15 to 20, and by day 90, it's a smooth system. And coordination continues between the district and the provider. Next slide. Questions?
So you're
Yes,
saying,
I have some questions. You want to start?
Yeah, I'll go on first.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
How much more money are we saving by doing it in-house?
Don't quote me. I think the last number I remember was something like $35,000, $35,000 to $40,000.
We're saving?
Yes. So Fred, just so you remember, when we went to routing, we hired a third person.
Yes.
Okay, so for roughly the same cost as routing. Okay, so that position has been removed. Okay, and transferred to another need. So there are 2 people there. So we're not paying that extra money for that third person in transportation. So if we were to move to routing outside, we would be writing a check from unless Boyo's like, no, we'll do it for free. I think somewhere around $35,000.
I'm trying to difference. We're paying to have someone do it in-house.
We employ 2 people in that.
With benefits and everything else like that, right? Person who we employ goes benefits, correct?
Okay, so we have 2 people in the transportation department.
We have 2. We had 3 before, but I'm saying, with that person gets benefits, don't they?
Yes.
All right. Is that included in what you're saying?
Fred, I don't understand the question.
Well, I'm trying. You saying it's cheaper for us to do it. I want to know what the total cost for us to do it.
Okay, so we need a transportation department.
Yes.
So we can't function without a transportation department.
I remember when we had one, but go ahead.
Right. So we need a transportation department. Okay. We have 2 people in it that, regardless of whether we're doing routing, we're going to have 2 people in the transportation department. We downsize that department to capture that savings that we had put in. So, unless we're going to do away with the transportation department, which I do not recommend, we have those costs.
So routing is the only reason we got transportation? I'm trying to figure out. You're saying we had 3, now we got 2, and if we lose routing, it's going to affect the transportation department?
It's going to cost us more money, Fred. I mean, I don't understand what you mean. I'm not following your thought.
What we pay, what we had to pay Boyle. What's the difference?
So in other words, he's saying if we were to outsource the routing only, there would be a fee. We don't know what that fee is unless it's built into the contract somewhere. What does that cost?
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head. I seem to
remember right. I think it was $35,000 or $40,000.
That's what I remember.
In the contract, if Boyo did routing. I think that is correct.
Okay.
Okay. What does it cost us?
I don't want to.
It doesn't cost us any more than what we already need in that department. Okay, so they're doing the routing as part of their jobs.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to need at least 2 people in transportation.
Okay.
And they're doing the routing is a part of the cost and their responsibilities. If we decide to go a different direction, you can add $35,000 onto the budget.
Okay.
Unless Boyle's like, no, we'll do it for free. Like I don't want to speak for them, but
So if it took we took routing out, we'd only down to one person. We wouldn't need anybody else.
I would hesitate to say that we could function with one person in that department, Fred. Okay, based on the number of calls, based on the day-to-day, changes that happen. I mean, so once we get through the bumpy period, they're still dealing with transportation changes throughout the year. When there's an issue at a bus or there's an issue of discipline, they're dealing with getting that where it needs to go. So I don't recommend cutting any more from the transportation department, or we're going to run into same issues.
I agree. I'm not advocating for that one person to be gone. I'm just trying to find a price difference in-house and send it out. That's all I'm asking.
Right. So I think the easiest answer, without talking directly to Boyle, would be an additional $35,000-ish if Boyle were to take it over.
Okay. My second question: do we have kids riding buses longer than an hour? We have
Longer than an hour. I think we talked about this.
We have students riding longer than an hour, other than Newburgh. So Newburgh, I know you have difficulty because of land. But so within the district, we shouldn't have children over an hour. Yeah, but I just don't believe a child should be on a bus for an hour. Okay.
What about any van runs? Are they required to be under an hour? Van run, as far as the vans that we have going, are they required to also be under an hour?
So some of those we can't control, such as our McKinney-Vento. If it's determined that a student, for example, we had one last year who moved to Harrisburg, obviously that's going to be a long van ride. They're supposed to have a bid meeting to see what's the best for the child. Sometimes it's decided that they're here, other times not so much. So that is a challenge in and of itself. Our other challenge with vans, and this is what we utilize most for, is non-public transportation, such as Christian academies, whenever we're going all over the district to try and bring those students to their school, such as Mowersville, Upward Christian Academy. Those are two that sometimes are challenging.
Okay, Mr. Scott, are you done with your line of questioning? I want to talk about the cost, since we're kind of on cost. So early on, I told administration, I passed on that I was out and I had a bill that I had to deal with for a personal vehicle at Boyo. And during that, I discovered that they attempted to communicate about 6 van runs and consolidating them down to 3. And the end result, if that stayed, now I know students are added, students come back, but the savings from that for a year, if it stayed in place for a year, would be $138,470. So we're talking about spending money here. A company is offering to say, hey, you can find an efficiency here by consolidating these runs. I think they communicated. That change didn't happen. But if we're talking about finding the most efficient, full disclosure, Boyle had nothing to gain by that. And if those runs changed, wouldn't have been any additional money making by anybody other than other companies that would have had less van runs would have not had that van running, and they would not have made that money. So I'm just kind of confused. We're having someone offer savings. I included that in my welcome remarks to the district, so everybody heard it. Now I feel like my integrity is being questioned. I know van drivers are getting their integrity questioned. I know a company that has people that are taxpayers in this district, parents are calling in, they're having their integrity questioned. So I'm really frustrated, and I don't know what the rest of the board is, and maybe I need to step back a little bit here, but I'd really like to have some clarity on that specific scenario of 6 van runs, consolidating into 3, offering us plenty of savings to be able to accommodate, letting the experts in transportation manage the routing.
Okay, I can kind of address that. I did speak with Arlene about that multiple times. I hesitated to make the changes because of everything else that was happening at that particular time. I wanted to get the kids on the vans, get everybody in the schools that needed to be in, and then go back and look and see where can we cut this? Where can we consolidate our vans? Rather than making a spur of the moment decision, I would prefer to look at it and see, can we consolidate this? Actually, just this afternoon, we looked at perhaps putting all of the SAIS students on one or two vans to cut down on the traffic at the schools themselves, because that's a problem as well. So it's not that I am disregarding that communication, and I'm all in favor of doing that. I didn't want to do it while we're trying to also get everybody on buses and vans. It's a constantly evolving thing. It was just a timing issue.
So to summarize, you fully intended to review, like during the first week, in order to get kids to school. That's the number one priority. And with new additions coming in, eliminating a van run early and having someone show up would complicate matters. Until it settled down, your intention was to allow kids to come in first, maybe have some additional capacity early until the bumps could be settled and we could get a good understanding of who's actually coming and what the needs are, and then look to consolidate vans. So you had no intention of not consolidating vans, correct?
That's correct.
Question, just when did the savings actually come into, when did we know about it? When did that all come about? Like real recently, like consolidating, we could save the $130,000 or $38,000. We, I'm not sure. I'm trying to get up to speed.
Drew said.
Yeah, so that hasn't occurred, but it's in the process of being refined.
I know
we
it didn't.
haven't saved any money yet.
I know it didn't happen, but when did we notice that we could save the 138?
When was the idea shared?
What's that?
When was the idea
Yeah, when was the idea shared? Sorry.
Do you know when?
When was the what shown?
When was that brought to you?
Arlene and I discussed it a couple, I want to say maybe, I don't have a specific date.
But you knew it was going to happen anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean,
before
I'm
the
going to
10th.
say maybe a week and a half before school started. She called and she gave me the figures, and I said to her, I hear you, I agree with you. I'd like to revisit it and address it after we get everybody on a bus, on a van, so we know what we're dealing with.
I was just trying to get a timeline.
Yeah.
So I understand what period of time we're talking about.
Right. So we
Before
haven't
school.
gone weeks with extra vans. We've gone 3 days, and you've already started to consolidate.
Yeah, we're actually we have empty vans right now, which is what we want to start the school year off with. We don't want to start the school year with the same amount of vans that we ended the school year with, which is factors into consolidating them and making them the most efficient use of our vans. For example, making sure that we have as many kids at the west end of town on a van as we can possibly have, versus having a van running all over the district lines. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does.
Okay.
I got a question. You said it's $35,000 to $40,000 to go out of house with routing. What kind of savings did we save from going from 3 people in the transportation down to 2?
We would have saved. Was a
Was the
part-time
cost of
Probably
the
about
position?
90.
Yeah, I have those numbers in my email. I can resend them out because we talked about this when we were working on the
Budget.
contract, and I did all those figures and sent them to the board. I don't
recall
memorize, but I
25,000.
can- Yeah, it was the cost of a part-time position.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
So there's
So we moved the part-time position to a full-time position and then eliminated the part-time position. So I can look through my emails and find that for you.
I guess my question is, so You mentioned how it was communicated out to drivers with route changes, but how did we actually communicate these changes to parents? Because for me, that seems to be one of the overarching questions that I've been asked is, you know, most people have been accustomed to going to Skyward to get the information. Then there was this app that was, and I understand that they were not communicating the app and Skyward were not, but how did we communicate it out to them? What were our methods of communicating that, you know, you need to check here for the information for routing? And if stuff had changed, like, I mean, parents were also like, how were they re-communicated if their students' route changed? Because that's where I'm really confused.
Okay, so our routing software has an option to send notifications out, and that's what we were doing. We were sending a notification through an email directly from the routing system. It went to whichever contractor the bus was under, as well as the parent, the schools, all the contact points at the school, and if it's dual parents, we send it to dual parents. That's where the communication breakdown was with new additions to a route, because the assumption was that when we sent that out to the contractor, they recognized that that was a new stop, so to speak. That after our discussion today, that wasn't the case. So moving forward, we have decided to, if we add a stop, we need to send a new route sheet. We've communicated with families. A couple of you have probably gotten emails from me already directly from the system that, hey, this is your stop, this is your bus. The app seems to be working well, and I think we're getting the kinks worked out with Skyward and the routing software communicating with each other. Some of our names, it's very silly, but some of the names were too long for our buses. So it was throwing a glitch into things. But that's how we've been communicating with parents. Would I like to make it better? Yes, but there is a cost that goes along with that. We could text them. There's an extra fee for that. We could use and I know that tablets aren't what we want to do, but that's another option, but there's a cost to that. So we're trying to be as efficient as we can. However, we have identified areas that we need to work on.
I guess my problem with it is that we're counting on two things in that scenario. You're counting on people to check their email, and then it hasn't been filtered to spam, right? And most things like that are going directly to a spam filter anymore. It's not even going to make it to their regular inbox. So that's kind of like maybe one thing that we need to consider. And then you're also counting on our families to have technology, right? To have a phone, to have access to the internet. And I know there's families in our community that don't. So I guess that's my other thing with having this transportation app, right? We're counting on them to have access to a device for the app to be checked.
Right. And they don't have to have the app. That's not required.
Right. They have to have technology
Correct.
to get to the information.
Correct.
I know, you know, when my kids were younger, we used to mail postcards out.
Right.
Postcards used to hit the mailbox, and that was, you know, had your kids' busing information on it. Why do we no longer do that? I mean, people check their mail every day.
I honestly don't have an answer for that. Since I moved into transportation, we have not sent postcards. Obviously, there's a cost to that. There's a time frame for that. I think we probably went to technology because it was a way to get the information to parents faster. But I agree with what you're saying, is not everybody has it. Is that something we should revisit? Perhaps, yes.
And if Skyward were accurate, they could check Skyward.
Correct.
And, like, all of our families know that Skyward is where it's housed.
They should
There
all
may be some
have
folks
access
that don't
as
have that.
well.
They just have to let us know, and you know, we could make arrangements for them to get the information if they can't access Skyward, assuming that Skyward is up to date from, you know, the routing system.
Correct.
So a question about the timeline. Could that slide get brought back up there so I can reference that? Okay, meeting with Boyo to review routes first weekend of August, or first week of August. So before the first week of August, at what point was it identified that the routes have some issues and have some problems. Because what we voted on the 10th sounds like that has been modified and changed. So what was board approved no longer is actually what the routes are. I'm guessing, because I don't have them in front of me, but going back further, at what point was there dialogue with Boyo? And by the sounds of it, you reference one of the employees there is providing guidance. Was that done pro bono? Do we owe them money for their assistance to help guide us through this? Are they still helping?
Yes, Arlene is still helping with the routing. Is this on?
Yeah, it's working.
Arlene is still helping with the routing, and she will call and suggest like moving a stop from one bus to another to try and make the route more efficient. We review that. That's part of why the routes changed, is that we have to move a stop in order to either accommodate a student that's in an place that we need to get a bus, or for example, we may have somebody on Rice Road and we have a bus going a certain direction on Rice Road, but somebody moves in that's way out at the district line on Chambersburg. Now we have to reroute and change the route of that bus, or we have to move stops to another bus, which then changes that bus's route. So it's an ongoing kind of thing. And changes are being made multiple times daily. And that was the one thing we discussed today. Do you want a new route sheet every single time we make a change? Because it's a lot. And we agreed that if it's a new stop, we will definitely send a new route sheet. So when we say the route sheet, the driver gets a list of their stops and who's assigned to that stop. And so when we add a stop, obviously that changes. That has the potential to change the timing of the run itself. So to answer your question, what was approved on the 13th was what initially went out to the drivers. After the conversation today, we will give them another route sheet right before school starts, which will encapsulate those students between like the 13th and the 20th that registered, so that they know that they're going to get on the bus. We can't just stop and not put kids on. That's part of the problem. We have to continue that process, and we have to continue putting them on. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's an ever-evolving.
Completely understood.
So the first things that were approved by the board, that was like the battle plan.
Right. That was the initial route that was developed and was given to the drivers on that date.
And within those routes, changes happen.
Correct. Okay. Multiple changes, multiple times. Correct.
You shared how long your meeting was, that August meeting. Remember that? How long did you meet over those routes with Boyo?
Well, we had our driver meeting on the 13th. We were there for probably an hour and a half, and we did, some of the drivers looked over them. Not all the drivers go right out and drive it. They have other things going on, and then they get back to us.
I was speaking about the route review with Boyo's, with Arlene.
Oh, that was, Arlene and I worked till after 8 o'clock at night, working on hammering out the routes and like where they were, what they look like. It was an
a collaborative process between the department and
Correct.
Provider to
Correct.
try to get everybody on the same page.
I guess Mike, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Paul. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I was just gonna say, to me, that almost doesn't make any sense, though, that our service provider would be there till 8 o'clock, that doesn't handle our routing, doesn't get paid for the routing. As a business owner, I mean, it sounds like Boyo is actually losing money because they're still having to pay their employee, right? And if their job is not routing or to help us fix and correct all those mistakes, then why?
I don't know. It's correcting mistakes. It's a dialogue on what the most efficient way to do these routes is, right, Paula?
Right, but we're paying somebody to do that
And
within our district.
when we did this contract, and when we had a transportation department and stuff, we talked about the downsizing of ours, but we talked about collaboration between Arlene, Paula, and our office for them to get together to make sure there was no problems. But we had problems, but it was encouraged by us to do that collaboration. Fred's even sitting over there. That was part of the deal.
Mhm.
Now, they were going to intertwine with us to make one group of folks that could get this done.
Was Alicia there and involved, and like, was she there until 8 o'clock with you guys?
No, she was not.
So
She was at the office. I was actually out at Boyo.
So she's responsible for routing, though, right? And I know she's new to that
For the
position.
most part, yes.
And it had made sense to have her involved in that conversation so that she could learn from you guys.
It would, and we did discuss that, and Arlene came in later, and we went over everything. Well, or Alicia was there. When I first went out, it was really, I believe Arlene was helping me to understand the routing system better at that point. And, she had offered, I went out, I understood it better at that point, so I was able to help Alicia as well with the routing.
I guess my final question is just, and please don't take this, I do not mean any offense to this, having 2 new people in 2 positions and then changing all of the routes at one time just almost seems like we set them up for failure.
That's my frustration. That's why I was sounding
And
as
I
frustrated
hate
as
that
I
you
was.
guys, I don't
You're
want
dealt
you
a
to
bad
feel
hand.
like we're, coming at you. We're trying to understand
Right.
missteps along the way, and I feel like you kind of got the bad end of the deal.
Well, in hindsight, would I do it again? Absolutely not.
Right.
However, the commitment was made, and it had started, and we had to stay with the ship until we could get it to port. And that's what we're trying to do right now.
What was the thought process with changing all the routing, though, this year?
Initially, it was to increase efficiency.
Okay.
And it had been started before I came in. Randy had started the routes. Alicia had been working on them all summer. Like by herself, she had been working on creating the routes all summer. Part of the problem was the routes didn't roll over, so all of the data that was in there didn't necessarily roll over. It was new.
Oh, wow.
And that's part of where we're at now. Again, hindsight is always 20/20. Would I do it again? No. Can I assure you this won't happen again? Yes, because it's not. We're not going to roll out new routes again.
Thank you, Paula.
All right, any other questions?
Other comments, questions?
I was informed that students aren't happy about the busing situation either. Students were the first day and the second day of transportation, they were highly upset. I got that from students.
There were some students that were late to school, and in speaking with the parents, there was some anxiety that went along with that. We have adjusted the times. I've spoken to the parents. We've communicated to the parents what time to expect it, the new time. We did send out an email, hey, we need to move these back 15 minutes. Please be out 15 minutes earlier than you currently are so that the buses can get to the schools on time.
There's a couple things I said earlier. Now, here's my take. So, yes, this board has been contacted by bus drivers, by parents, and I've received emails through the district email. I've been stopped at the store. I don't know if others have experienced same thing, text calls, right? So my message to the drivers is you always have somewhere to communicate because most of those people are taxpayers and residents of the district. So I would hope that they aren't being told that they should not contact us because they're free to call, text. Some of them are Facebook friends and they can reach me there. We're going to be responsive, and I can't speak for my counterparts, but I think it's important for that communication. One of the biggest things I saw, and that was repetitive throughout all the messages, was safety and concerns of the bus drivers about safety. And so that's my number one concern. Fortunately, we didn't have any situation, as Mr. August had explained. But I go back to when we look at what we're doing and what our goal is to educate, what our job is to educate. I think we should rely on the experts when it comes to the transportation. So, Board President, I can't make a motion, but I would entertain a motion to add routing to the contract to be done by a transportation company. So if anybody is so inclined on the board to move in that direction.
Fred's
If
going
I
to make
could
a
just,
motion.
before you make it, can you make the motion to add it to the discussion agenda? We can't
would
do
be-
it tonight.
That would be perfect.
Now, do I need to make a motion to add it to the discussion agenda?
To the next one.
Action next to discussion agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? There's a motion on the table to add an item to the discussion agenda next meeting for routing to be discussed. It gives time for contemplation and before any action was taken, but is there any discussion on that topic?
Can you clarify what the motion is?
Motion is to add transportation routing on the next, to Boyle, add it to their contract.
Thanks.
$100,000 would be discussed too, won't it?
I think we covered that, Fred. That wasn't going to materialize because we were going to consolidate those routes anyway. Once things settle down and we have a picture of who's actually coming and what the needs are, Paula said she was already going to in the process of consolidating. So we weren't going to let vans run empty. But the key is, especially the first week, knowing who's coming and making sure we're getting them to school. So a little bit of inefficiency at the beginning of the year until we can get a handle and she can make those consolidations, which she was planning on doing anyway.
Any other comments, questions? My question would be, why is the expectation that this is just something that happens every year? Why can't it be solved? And that's my why I'm going to support this. So,
in other words, the motion is to spend between $35,000 and $45,000 extra dollars to move routing away from our people and back to the contractor.
It's to move it to discussion for next week.
To move the discussion.
Just to add
That's what the
to agenda.
discussion is about.
Yeah, just add it to the agenda.
'Cause I remember when it first happened. Only reason it got changed because certain people, one said, we can save money, we can save money. Well, I haven't seen it.
Mr. Barwin, or do you have something? No. Mr. Barwin, if you could take roll.
Mr. Bard,
Yes.
Mr. Carey,
Yes.
Mr. Suitors,
Abstain.
Gooch is absent. Dr. Lyman,
No.
Mr. Noggle,
No.
Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mrs. Wolfinger,
Yes.
and Mr. Alosi.
Yes. Motion carries. That'll be on the next discussion agenda. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Moving on to the consent agenda. Item 4A is approval of the minutes. 4B, finance, payment of bills, finance reports, which is the treasurer's report, capital reserve fund, and cafeteria. 3 is the tax report. This one's separate. Okay, so for item 4A and 4B, and item 3 as the tax report, is there a motion to approve?
Fred's going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion. Second, Mr. Carey. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Next item is 4C, personnel for professional support.
I have to abstain on.
Can you maybe make a motion to pull out take the other items
I'd
separately?
like to make a motion to pull out 4C, item 17.
Second.
There's a motion on the table to remove 4C17. and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of removing that item to vote on it independently? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll take that one separately.
I got a question on 4C 23. It says high school assistant girls basketball coach. Is that replacing the JV coach?
Yes.
So he's not really assistant to the high school coach. He's going to be the head JV coach. I'd like to take that one separate, please.
So there's a motion to remove or take item 23 separately. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That item will be taken separately. So for item 4C, we are going to take action on number 1 through 16, number 18 through 22, and item 24 through 29. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. For item 4C17, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, as I was. Roll call, Mr. Barwin. Please.
Mr. Carey.
Yes.
Mr. Suitors.
Yes.
Dr. Good's absent. Dr. Lyman.
Yes.
Mr. Noggle.
Abstain.
Mr. Scott.
I'm for him.
Mr. Bard.
That's on just 17, correct?
17.
Correct.
Yes.
Ms. Wolfinger.
Yes.
And Mr. Alosi.
Yes. Is there a motion to approve 4C number 23?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
This 23.
This is 23, correct. Mr. Barwin, if you could take roll, please.
Dr. Lyman.
Yes.
Mr. Noggle.
Yes.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Bard.
No.
Mr. Carey.
Yes.
Mr. Suitors.
No.
Ms. Wolfinger.
Yes.
And Mr. Alosi.
Yes. Moving on to 4D, Personnel Administration. Administration recommends the approval of the following appointees. Ms. Tricia Reed, Assistant Director for Special Education. I believe she is here. Second is Mr. Jeremy Barnes, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and this would be replacing Ms. Susan Donad for the purpose of retirement. He's currently the middle school principal, and so this move will bring him into a role of district-wide influence and impact. Item 3, Mr. William August, Superintendent, resignation for the purpose of retirement, effective June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion to approve item 4D, 1, 2, and 3?
So moved.
Is there a second? Mr. Carey, I think Mr. Carey won. And discussion.
I just want to say I sat in on Mr. Barnes' interview. I'm really sad to see him unfortunately leave the middle school, but I am excited for a new opportunity for him because I've seen the growth in the middle school building and what's happened, and that is just the power of one person with a great team behind them. So now he's going to be leading the next great team. So I'm really excited to see what he does.
So am I. I'm glad for you.
Yeah.
I think you'll do a heck of a job.
I'd just like to add an assistant director of special education, that being a new position. Filling that is going to be helping a growing population and a high need population, so it's very important that we fill that. Mr. Barnes, I echo my son's principal, and now we're going to miss you in that capacity. And I hope to interact with you more now that you'll be at a district level position. And Mr. August, it's a milestone of life to be looking forward to maybe a countdown of accomplishing retirement, something that maybe I'll receive sometime or earn whenever I'm 80 or 90 or something. But so congratulations for Mr. August as we begin a countdown until June 30th of 2027. But up until then, there's a lot of work that has to be done in our district and keeping this ship afloat and keeping the Greyhounds at the head of the pack. So,
Can I add? I would echo what you just said, Mr. Losi, and it's awfully nice that we have a year for planning and transitioning. So that's not usually something I think we get in these kinds of scenarios. So that's much appreciated, in addition to all of your other service.
any other comments, questions?
Thank you and best to you.
Good luck to you.
Well, it's not goodbye yet.
Well, you got it on here.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And motion carries. Moving on to the action agenda. Item 5A, James Byrd TSI School-Wide Plan. This is for the 2026-27 school year, the school-wide Title I plan, and is attached. And I believe we get a special presentation.
Listen, Scott, you're stuck with me until the 28th.
That's wonderful, Mrs. Pye.
Not
Welcome.
Stuck. We're definitely not stuck.
Okay, so I'm looking at the clock. I know it's 9:31, so I'll keep it short and sweet, but please feel free to ask me any questions that you have. So I know that it's kind of confusing to see James Byrd have a TSI designation when we just earned Blue Ribbon School. Boy, was I confused as well. So it boils down to the differences in cohorts. So when you think of Blue Ribbon School, they're looking at the trends of data, right? Like years of data coming together. So how are we closing that gap worth of years of data points as well as comparison to the state? When you are looking at designations, we're looking at cohorts of students. Okay, so the designation from this TSI plan came from 2 years ago. So we know that that cohort of students had a large population of special education students. Did we grow them? Absolutely we did. We grew them from kindergarten, we put systems in place, we did all kinds of amazing things for them. We grew them, but they didn't make it to the proficiency cut. So we had a small percentage of a decrease of proficiency from 1 year to the next. And we're lucky enough to end at 3rd grade, so we don't have that growth score. So that's how you end up with a designation. So I am happy to say, though, on the flip side of it, that we did increase from 2 years ago to last year in our PSSA scores. So we're looking at one cohort of students cut scores in learning support population. Does that make sense? Even though we just received a Blue Ribbon School for closing the gap. Does that make sense? I don't really know. But, so that's kind of how when we did a root cause analysis, we still take it seriously, we still own that data. Are we changing anything or changing our trajectory at James Byrd? Absolutely not. We're still dedicating time and focus on all students, creating supports for all students, understanding our data. What does our data say about the instruction? What does our data say about our resources? And what does our data say about the growth of our kiddos? That has been the focus for the past 4 years. The only thing that we will add, as you'll see on the next slide, is a focus for professional learning for our special education teachers. So as we strengthen what we call core, right, that initial part with our reg ed teachers, making sure that our reg ed teachers know how to support all kids with resources and instructional intensity, we are adding the next layer to make sure that our special education teachers are sitting on top of that good movement, adding resources that are aligned to what we're doing in Reg Ed to make sure that the intensity isn't increasing for our neediest populations. Also, of course, attendance is always a thing. Troy and I guess, got taken to school when we met with some of our Pennsylvania people. The way that they calculate attendance is not the same way that the district has been historically doing it. So we did make a little bit of pivot on how to track both ways so that we are sure that we're making changes that are correct. When I say that, I'll say this. When we are looking at cohorts of students for a designation like TSI, we're looking at one cohort's achievement data and a different cohort of students' attendance data.
If you're thinking that's absurd, you'd be right.
So you're creating a plan for data that's 2 years old and for attendance that's 1 year old for students that may or may not still be in your building. That's how Pennsylvania works. But at the end of the day, we are still going to own it, and we're still going to do what's best for kids because that's what we're about at James Byrd. So our goals for this year is 70% of our students at James Byrd will be in a blue or green pathway of progress at the end of the year Acadians. That's just continuing to ensure, track, and make sure that every kiddo is growing at an expected rate or higher rate to close the gap. And then the James Byrd principal and the director of special education services will offer ongoing professional development for our learning support teachers to help them know and become experts at grade level standards, because if we're putting a ceiling on our kiddos, even if they're special education kiddos and they're never working towards grade level content, they're never going to achieve grade level content. So that is our next step. We firmed up what happens in Reg Ed for their learning support kiddos, but we are now specializing on what's occurring within special education. And then our last one, of course, is attendance. Students with disabilities will be present 80% of the school year based on how we calculate and also how the state calculates so that we can track.
What's our current percent for them? Or what was the percentage that contributed?
We missed it by 1 student in 1 day.
Oh my gosh.
If you think that's absurd, it is.
So, Becky, if you think about this, the state asked me to be on the school improvement team to present from ATSI to Blue Ribbon School. And I'm like, do I need to add him back? So, just kidding. We're not going back. But it is that tricky as far as data. But I also want you to know that any part of our data is always our story. We have to own it, we have to accept it, and we have to do something about it. So this plan will be passed on to whoever the next person is with good, solid teeth to be able to keep James Byrd going. And I know our teachers are equipped and ready. There's one thing that they said to me is, hey boss, you taught me how to do it. I'm gonna make you proud. So with a little bit of tears in my eyes, I'm getting better. I'm not gonna cry today, Luann. I will say that I know that James Byrd is in the best of hands because without me there, only leaves a small hole. Those teachers know what they're doing and they're going to carry that building on. So thank you so much for your support, and please let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer them.
If I could just rant for just a minute.
Amazing.
It boggles the mind that the same system that identifies a school as one of 13 nationally recognized schools would then put them on a warning list for the same data. Like it doesn't make sense. There's a flaw in the system. I communicated that the highest level of PDE when we met to get our heads around this. And the irony that they've asked you to present at their conference while putting your school on a warning list because of ridiculous calculations is beyond infuriating. And so it is, it's nonsensical. And I'm, like, again, when we met with that person, she was very, very unable to explain that and really just emphasized that this is just a warning status. And, it's really not meant to be much of an issue. So thank you for all you've done. And I'm sorry that the state calculates these things. It is ridiculous.
It is insane, but I will also say this other thing. Our PSSA scores are still above the state average, so just saying.
So,
Pennsylvania lawmakers.
without getting too much into the Pennsylvania policy weeds,
Yeah.
I know this is just a warning, and I really appreciate that we're just sort of owning it, and we're just going to grit our teeth and do what is being asked of us. Are there consequences of any kind, or is
There are absolutely no consequences other than we have to have this plan board approved and present it to our community. We're going to keep tracking it. I told, like, when we talk about it as a faculty, we are going to talk about it like this. We were doing this anyway, guys. We were doing it anyway. It's not going to stop us from doing anything. It doesn't mean or change anything about us, and it is a 1-year designation. So it's not like ATSI where you have to kind of earn your way out. It is a 1-year designation set for schools who maybe aren't focused on the right things.
I can just add that because they're Title I schools, all of our elementary schools, they all have to write a plan anyway. When you have a TSI designation, you have to have a little waiver in the plan that says that it was presented and reviewed by the school board. So this is us doing that. And then as far as any kind of consequence, if you would continue to fall as a school, they call it cascading into ATSI. And so that's what you don't want to happen, because then that's a more restrictive plan. And if you remember many years, 5 or 6 years ago, Jamesburg was an ATSI school, which that's no longer any designation. But that would be the only risk, is if a district doesn't respond to it. That's what they call it, cascading into ATSI.
And they do start looking beyond a cohort. Then it's like a trajectory. Then they're looking at multiple data points. But like I said, we did have a small dip with that cohort that's now in 5th grade. You're welcome, Terry. And last year's data is back on track.
And I think the good news is if you have to get professional development, you can just give it to yourself, right? I mean, you can present to yourself.
I mean, I have presented at 4 different IUs at the state level at the school improvement conference on how to improve your school.
I mean, again, not to get too, but it sounds like they chose a sample size of n equals 1, and it happened to be the wrong sample, exactly the wrong sample to give us something that probably not deserved.
But we're going to own it, right? Because there's something about it that we could have done a little bit better. So we're going to make the focus on a different area. We've already strengthened this. We're going to strengthen it the whole way through the tiers and make sure that Jamesburg is a place that we are all proud of.
And this is why you're going to be missed.
I'm going to miss you all too. I told a couple board members earlier that I'm leaning into my mom era and able to be a mom, but who knows, our journeys could cross again.
They will.
Sounds great. Any other questions?
I really appreciate this because I had no idea what that was.
Well, I just wanted to come and explain it so that you had kind of context for what it actually means and how we got there.
Yeah, absolutely needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Piles.
Absolutely.
Moving on to item 5B. Oh, we do have to vote on it. Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
It's got seconds.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And motion carries. Item 5B, Shippensburg Area School District graduation for the senior class of 2027. Administration recommends the approval of Wednesday, May 26, 2027, as the high school graduation date to be held at the Lohr Center on the Shippensburg University campus. This venue is being provided at no cost to the school district. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Thank you to the university. Aye.
Of course.
All opposed? And motion carries. Item 5C, Memorandum of Understanding with the President for the Pennsylvania Association of Agricultural Educators. Administration recommends approval of the attached Memorandum of Understanding allowing Kelly M. Beyer to serve as President of the Pennsylvania Association of Agricultural Educators for the designated term. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, is there discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5D, stadium banner contracts. Administration recommends approval of the attached 22 advertising agreements with regional businesses to display promotional signage at the high school track and football field. These agreements grant local businesses the opportunity to display advertising banners and signage around the perimeter of the high school track and football stadium. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Fred Scott seconds.
Any discussion?
Just want to say thank you to all the local businesses that supported our athletic departments, and a shout out to Tim Hess for really going after it. If you follow them on social media, he did a really good job with attracting the local businesses.
Oh, none of these going up on the scoreboard, right? These are just
These are defense banners.
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this was like the foundation doing this work or if this is Mr. Hess.
This is Mr. Hess.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Hess, thank you.
Coordination with the foundation.
Yes.
Coordination with the
In
foundation.
coordination.
Go, Mr. Hess.
Go, Mr. Hess.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5E is a contract for SAP assessments through Folium Incorporated. Administration recommends approval of the attached contract with Folium Incorporated to provide a counselor 1 day a week to conduct assessments for the student assistance teams in the middle school and high schools. Cost of the services is $17,000 to be paid from the general fund, replacing contract with Growing Edges. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, is there all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5F, Senior High School Library Weeding Log. Administration recommends disposal of the attached list of resources formerly housed in the high school library. These items are no longer used due to being out of date or not checked out in the past several years. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
First and second, any discussion?
I seriously, when a few months ago when Mr. Bard and others were complaining that the weeds weren't getting taken care of in front of the middle school, I thought that's what this was about.
The name has gotten me too.
Yeah.
I mean, the library weeding log.
Yeah, that's funny.
I thought it was also a typo, like it should have been reading log.
Yeah.
but Weeding log.
I just thought we were really cracking down on our grounds team to make sure the weeds were taken care of.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5G, Global Data Consultants, LLC, contract. Administration recommends approving the attached contract with GDC for $6,005. This update will allow employees to reset their passwords without needing to wait on tech support. It also updates the multi-factor authentication works to improve security. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
No.
Roll call.
Mr. Noggle,
Yes.
Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Bard,
Yes.
Mr. Carey,
Yes.
Mr. Suitors,
Yes.
who's absent, Dr. Lyman,
Yes.
Mrs. Wolfinger,
No.
and Mr. Losi.
Yes. Item 5H, cell phone setup contract. Administration recommends the approval of the attached contract to allow administrators to use their cell phone as their district phone. It was previously board approved, but the contract was not attached to the agenda. The write-up was missing context. The $8 is the price for the premium license. We currently have a standard license that costs $6. The increase is only $2 per month per participating administrator. This is part of the Act 93 agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
First and second, is there any discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5A, appointment of financial advisors and bond counsel. The Board of School Directors of the Shippensburg Area School District does hereby authorize the administration to work with PFM Financial Advisors, LLC as financial advisor, Eckert, Siemens, Charon, and Balat, LLP as bond counsel, and the local solicitor in conjunction with the issuance of general obligation bonds, series of 2026, in the amount sufficient to finance the approved projects of the district via competitive sale process. A timeline is attached. Mr. Barwin, can you translate that, please?
Yeah, this is, remember PFM was here last board meeting or last finance committee to go over implications and the new debt service amount. Again, this is the first borrowing for the SACE project, along with reimbursement for property and reimbursement for the FLC project that's ongoing. So this is the first borrowing, as we're already incurring costs for the SACE project and heading to design phase. And then in the springtime is when we'll do the second borrowing, once we have bids in and know what the SACE project is going to cost. But this is just an authorization to proceed. Parameters resolution will be on the September 8th board meeting if this is approved.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Byron. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Was there a motion?
There was no motion. Is there a motion?
There-
Is there a motion to approve? Sorry.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 5J, the intermediate school construction, 2-pod design. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions, discussion, comments?
There's not a lot of detail out there.
So deep.
Basically, and I apologize, this is to approve the 2-pod design we saw last week as opposed to the 3-pod.
Pods are a little bit bigger than the original 3-pod individual units. One pod will take care of one class.
So essentially what, Mr. Onaga, what you're saying is the 2-pod design is designed to accommodate the board's initial direction, which was to make space to accommodate 3rd grade and 6th grade in a design.
Correct. But it'll be done in phasing, so.
Correct. Phased approach. Any questions, comments on?
This is just to design a 2-pod thing. This is not to start the construction of a 2-pod thing.
So in order to move forward, we had if you remember, EI came and presented 2 potentials. One was a 3-pod design, one was a 2-pod design. Okay, and by pod it just means the extension that we were going to put in or build. So in order to move forward, rather than spend time designing a 3-pod design and then designing concurrently a 2-pod design, I think that there was movement from the board to want to do the 2-pod so we could move forward quicker with the design process to get to construction. Does that make sense? So rather than debating whether 2 or 3 pods.
If 1 pod does it, why do we need a 2-pod design?
Because we're putting 2 grades in.
Eventually.
Eventually.
We'd put 2 grade levels down there.
Then the design is done. So at some point in the future, when the design is completed, board will make the decision of what to actually build. And if it's 1 grade moving up, 1 pod. If it's 2 grades, it's 2 pods, but then it's designed to accommodate that population growth.
We'll design parking and stormwater for 2 pods so that whenever a future board decides they want to build, that part will be done. Make sure.
Well, I thought we talked about this before. If we were doing a design, we were going to do it the whole way and then pick out what we needed.
So the 2-pod does meet the requirements of what we need. It's just 2 ways of getting there, Mr. Bard.
To move 2 classes down, Mr. Bard, there was an original design of 3 pods. They would have had to build 2 pods to move 1 classroom down, to move 1 grade. In this scenario, it'll be a 1 construction, 1 pod. It will equal 1 class, full class.
So we're still going to be able to get 2 grades down there, Mr. Bard. It's just what the building looks like.
So it's the same capacity, just a slightly different design.
Yes.
And it allows it to move forward. I mean, I think that was discussed in some meetings of buildings and grounds.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, comments? Okay, is there second, first and second? So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 5K is MEP engineering selection for the intermediate school construction project. It is a recommendation from EI Associates to proceed with Gatter and Deal as the MEP engineer on upcoming construction project with the intermediate school. The project would then proceed as a traditional design bid build project and would be bid with 4 prime contractors, including general construction, HVAC construction, plumbing construction, and electrical construction. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, thank you. Discussion or questions?
Kirk, who's the general contractor? Who's going to be I something?
EI is the architect.
Yeah.
Which we've tasked to oversee the project, and then Gatter and Deal would be the structural engineers, and
So we're still in the design phase. So these guys are going to design.
When did I just said
We go out to bid.
general contract.
We'll go out to bid, and then we'll select the contractor based on the price.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 6 is discussion agenda. Item 6A, any computer-aided design and drafting. Item 6B, high school girls volleyball bylaws revised. Item 6C, emeritus service agreement. Item 6D, principals association agreement. Item 6E, updated teacher supervision and evaluation plan. Item 6F, Shippensburg Area School District organizational chart. Item 6G, personnel care assistant positions. Item 6H, sponsorship with Adams Electric. Item 6I, sales agreement with Engay Incorporated for 19.757 acres. And item 6J, Summit K-12 quote. Those items are on for discussion. Are there any items a board member would like to discuss now? Okay, see none. We will move on to item 7, which is board comments. Yeah, it is backwards. Yeah, we'll go to item 8, citizen comments regarding non-agenda items. Are there any citizens here who would like to make comment? You can please come to the,
Thanks for your patience.
yes. You probably learned a lot and are ready to go.
They never want to be on the school board.
This is my first school board meeting. Okay, I have like a packet for everybody.
Sure.
That's all right. I'll take that.
My name's Abby. I've recently married
Excuse me.
Jonathan Wanger.
You give your full first name and last name.
I'm sorry, Abby Rush. I haven't switched it yet. So my name's Abby Rush. I just married Jonathan Wanger. His 2 children
Congratulations.
attend your schools, both intermediate school and middle school, Cheyenne and Mason. We currently reside, well, trying to reside. I'm trying to reside about 200 yards off the line. My daughter is going into 4th grade as well. So we're here to try to plead our case that our family should stay together. Aspen is a great student. She already plays travel ball soccer over here. I have a note from her coach saying that she's a real good kid.
I know.
I have a copy of her report card stating that she's a very good student. Every student-teacher conference I've ever attended, I haven't heard one bad word about her. Aspen's dad is absent in her life, so Jonathan has kind of taken over the role. I would prefer she had that full-time. Sorry. So I would prefer she had that
Okay.
full-time. So we're just here to try to plead our case.
It's not really about just, the convenience of going to Shippensburg. We currently live in Chambersburg School District. It's more of trying to keep our family together and send all of our kids to the same school.
Right. So just to be clear, for the board, I think or at least I know the story. You guys reside. There's a residence in Chambersburg due to custody.
School district.
Right.
Yeah, so
sorry.
He has
Chambersburg
50-50
School
custody,
District,
so we have kids
right on the border.
Yes.
Due to split custody issues, two children in the household attend our school.
They do.
One attends Chambersburg. Your request is for a non-resident student to attend
Correct.
Shippensburg.
Yes.
I just wanted the board to be clear.
Yeah, we're Newburgh, so 13425 Dream Highway is where we reside.
Can we do that?
I mean, we're not permitted to have non-resident students. I mean, unfortunately, that's the school code.
I mean, the Pennsylvania School Code of 1949.
The board may
the
permit
board may-
non-resident.
Go ahead.
Okay, the board may permit non-resident pupils to attend district schools upon terms determined by the board. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, I understand. Our current policy does not allow us to have tuition students. So in previous years, you could apply to be a tuition student. My last
Is that the
recollection of the policy is that we don't do that anymore. What's that?
Is that the SASD policy 202? Eligibility of non-resident student. The district's own policy recognizes the board's authority to permit admission of non-resident students in accordance with the law and district policy.
Ms. Wolfiner.
It's right here. If you want to read it.
Dr. Stevens, you want to, as Tim's expert, can you shed some light on this?
I mean, from my understanding, our policy does not allow this, so I could not allow that. We would not be able to get funding since the student that resides out of the district. It has to be some kind of a tuition waiver, but we don't allow, or a tuition student, but our policy right now doesn't allow for tuition students.
Could I read the policy here? It says, under other non-resident students. It says, a non-resident student may be admitted to district schools without payment of tuition where attendance is justified on the grounds that the student lives full-time and is not just for the school year with district residents who have assumed legal dependency or guardianship or full residential support of the student. The board shall require appropriate legal documentation showing dependency or guardianship or a sworn statement of a full resident support to be filed with the board secretary before eligible non-resident student may be accepted as a student in district schools. The board may require the resident to submit additional reasonable information to substantiate a sworn statement in accordance with guidelines issued by the PA Department of Education.
So that's for our unaccompanied youth students who are living with someone in the district, but they're not in their family.
Just to kind of keep the meeting going. So, as public comment, you've made it, you've made your statement, 3 minutes to do that, and then you've provided information. The board will take that under consideration, and I'll get back to you with, after we've reviewed policy.
Okay. I really appreciate your time.
Yep.
Thank you. Could you email that policy to the board so everybody can receive that?
The 202?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
Any other comments, citizens, for non-budget, non-agenda items? We'll move on to board comments. Mr. Scott, we go first.
Superintendent, I asked several meetings ago. Did we ever get a where we at educational academic? Why you said we weren't where we weren't? You said we weren't where you wanted us to.
So there'll be a presentation, Mr. Scott. Once the new director is up to speed. So we'll do a full.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Mr. Carey.
The only thing I had, I was in Friday night to the community event. First time I'd been there. Wow, there was a lot of people there. I was impressed with the attendance. Seemed well received, and the kids were having fun on the field and all that. I just thought it was impressive.
I would also throw a Tim Hess as the driver of that as well.
Absolutely.
And a thank you to him.
Mr. Suitors?
No.
Mr. Bard?
No.
Mr. Noggle?
No.
Dr. Lyman?
I'll try to be quick.
Please.
Thanks, Kirk. I was able to attend the opening. What was the thing on Monday?
Induction.
We call it convocation.
Convocation. I was able to attend convocation. I saw a version of what Mr. August presented tonight about a portrait of a greyhound. I then went on a run the next morning and had all these great ideas because that's what happens when you go on a run. And I would like us, and hopefully it's more than just me, as a board to provide some opportunities for our students to have engaging and intellectually demanding work that actually informs some of our decision making here. And one of the decisions that we've made recently that got some press was to provide free lunches and breakfast for most of our elementary school students. I would love, I'm looking at you, Miss Mowry, I'm sorry. I would love to hear from some of our elementary students about how that is going so that we can know whether or not we have made a wise decision there and what the impact is. But I don't want you to do it. I want the students to do it. I was thinking like some fifth graders to go and interview their fellow students. I think it'd be really cool to get someone from K all the way up to 5. I don't need a lot of interviews. I just would love to hear some students. And then I would like to hear the students report here, much like Mr. August was talking about, where we give these presentations. I think it'd be really great to hear from a group of fifth graders, or you could decide on a different age. I'm open, who have interviewed their peers about the free lunches and what that impact has been. And I think that could even count as one of those 6 projects that's engaging. And, you know, I just think it would be really cool for us to provide what's essentially some homework just to our students to help us make decisions and help us be informed if we're making other good decisions. I have tons of other ideas for other students. It's not just going to be you, Miss Mowry, but I just think we could periodically give students some assignments that will help the board make decisions better. So I don't want this to be one more thing that you have to do, as Mr. August talked about. I would love to have the students do the work and present their findings here, if that's okay.
And Mr. Barnes can help with that in his new role. So congratulations.
Our 5th graders still awake?
That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Lyman. For information, I'm sorry, Mrs. Wolfinger.
Would it surprise you if I had nothing to say?
Yes.
Not answering that question.
Surprise you? No, I just want to welcome back all of our students. I think I know, you know, it's never easy, right, for a school year to start. It's never easy to wake up early, but I've heard lots of good things happening already. So it's always, this is like when the true test happens, right? When the kids come back to school. So all that work that you guys have done over the summertime, and now it's like the fruits of the labor, kind of, yeah. See, I don't have a lot to say. Like, you know, it's good.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfinger. I don't have anything else to say. So for information, date savers, September 7th, the district is closed. Tuesday, September 8th, 5:30 p.m. or September 8th, we have our next board meeting. Friday, September 18th is an in-service day. October 12th, district closed. Our 12-month employees will be at work. And we will have a brief executive session after this and for a personnel matter. And we are adjourned.